Alright, we can get started here a little early. How are y'all doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm gonna do some more Mew hunting today. Let me make sure that everything's working with the Mew hunting really quick. I have this up, and then what do we have? Something else that we need. Let me know if the levels are okay between music and stuff. Welcome in, She Destroyer Chicken Butt. Correct. Jimmy Eat World Radio actually has Jimmy Eat Worlds on it this time. Nice, that's great. Ska, welcome in. Hunting Eevee tonight at 4.9k so far. Hope I'm well. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright today. Thanks. People finding shinies for Trans Awareness Week, which is really cool. Mia found her Raikou, which is really awesome. It's exciting. It counted up, right? Yeah, it did. Okay, we're good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a pretty simple one. I was looking for like a Pokemon trainer, and this seemed to be the easiest one to pull off. So it's Hilda from Gen 5, the character. Welcome in, Harley Claus and friends. How are y'all doing? For people who haven't been here before, I'm Nora, and my pronouns are she, her, and I am the host for the Trans Awareness Week event. Harley is also streaming for the event, and I really appreciate that support. So, thank you so much. Welcome in, Soup. Welcome in. We are hunting Mew. We have like quite a few things in here. I probably need to update the incentives, but we have some incentives in here. Harley, welcome in. These are kind of the incentives that we have for donations today. Avatar at the bottom of the screen, everybody has a ditto and you can choose shiny or not shiny, but if you'd like something else, then if you donate at least $5, you can have a different avatar. What else? Trans Awareness Weekers for folks who are new. Tiny.1/Trans Awareness Week 2022 will show the current set of streamers streaming for the event. And it looks like people are generally doing a good job with the tags today, which is good. We need to bug Yokojin. Oh no, Yokojin's good. I think everybody who's streaming has the tags, which is great. What else? Yeah, welcome in to Kira and Shade Destroyer you got first. Spectacular H, tomorrow. What's tomorrow? And Shade, you're doing Safari at the moment. Nice. You're hoping for something from the Nidoran line? That would be cool. That would be cool. And Owen, your sweet mate had an a cappella competition today and you wish you could have gone, but, you know, at work. That's a shame. That sounds like it would have been fun. Would you have participated or just watched? Please stay away from the Ferris wheels. Breen, what does this mean? Am I missing something? Yeah, hi. Great to see you as well. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me grab this Mew. There we go. We got 2 of them. Let's see if we can get the other one. Where are you, Mew? There we go. Hilda, yes. It's Hilda. But Ferris wheels, what about Ferris wheels? I've only played Gen 5 once, and it was a bit ago. It was at the beginning of the year, so. Soup, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I can't see what the donation is, so I'm gonna run. Thank you for donating $1. I like fighting games. I don't know if you're in here, but I appreciate it if you are. And the donations pop up on every streamer's screen, all the same, so we don't know exactly where they're coming from, but that kind of makes it fun. And throws Hilda from the Ferris wheel in the mangas? That's insane. I did not know this. Shining Danny, welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, and you can't sing. It's between the different a cappella groups on campus. Nice. Nice. I'm trying to convince somebody to do karaoke with me on stream. One of the guests that come on. So if anybody wants to do that, we can do that at some point. Yeah, so we're gonna have a guest on today in a bit to talk about their experience with gender expansiveness. And I'm really looking forward to that. So we're gonna like wait for critical mass and stuff and get started with some shiny hunting. Manga N is a whole different beast. Interesting, interesting. I'm excited to learn more about that. That's cool. Manga is a whole different two different people saying a whole different beast. That's like a jinx there, including an Arbok getting literally sliced in half. That is vicious. Did it survive? I feel like that's a really dumb question, but I'm very curious because like not a lot of Pokemon die in Pokemon canon. Um, Soup, it's 1 a.m. over here in the UK, so you're heading off to bed, but hope my stream goes well and that the donos keep coming in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks for popping in with the raid and the follow as well. Forgot about the Arbok. It did not. Okay. Love the look today. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate that. Breen and a Honedge possessing Shauna and beating Viola within an inch of her life. Crazy. Crazy. That's insane. Yeah. I guess I'm like kind of a fake Hilda today. I don't really know the whole Hilda lore, but see if we can keep these Mews a bit more in sync today, but it wasn't too bad yesterday. Manga's so good, Jack. I gotta definitely look into that. And Harley, your memory's equal to that of a slow, bro. Thanks, Ginger Kid. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You never read it, Breen, either, but it's a rabbit hole to go down. Very interesting. Very interesting. I need to learn more. You got Roiko after 2 to 3 months. I know. I saw. It was insane. It was insane. Like getting a roamer so under odds. Like the roamer hunts in Gen 2 are no joke. And she has had insane luck with it, which is crazy. Um, yeah. So when he needs to shiny roll already? Yeah. Let me see if I'm gonna end up owing y'all a gift sub. Am I shiny? Not shiny. No gift sub for folks today. You hope this market's emotional support. You hope you're this market's emotional support ADHD comic relief cashier. Nice. I like that. I would guess that you are. Is there anybody else that you know there who works there who might come close? 4DS at once is a physical or emulated setup. It's physical. I've got my GameCube controller hooked up to 4DSs. And for folks who haven't seen my setup, I'll have a newer picture, but I don't have 16 DSs on the table today. But we will be doing Togepi in the next few days with 16 DSs, which I'm excited about. So I'll show you the layout for that. That I'm gonna I'll probably update it. But I'll show you the layout really quick. Let me make sure these aren't shiny. Yeah, not shiny. Where's the Togepi? Yeah, so this is I'm probably gonna change the layout a bit, and this is the set of starters that we got along the way. So for fun, I wanted to get 16 shiny starters because we set it up that way, and it goes insanely fast. So we were doing 48 Pokemon every 20 seconds, and yeah, we got our last one. It's not there, but I think exclamation mark recent is actually not the Rattata, and it's the Cyndaquil that we got as our last one. We got 10 Chikorita, and we lost of the starters. One I missed, the one at 405 I missed. The Chikorita above that I totally forgot to save, and then the Totodile below it I thought that I saved but didn't press A enough times. I needed to press A one more time, and I looked away and then looked back and I was like, looks done. So it's a rad setup. Thank you. Yeah. I installed capture cards and stuff, so I have the luxury of having like DSs for a period of time because I buy them. I don't have folks send me theirs. I buy the DSs to simplify things and avoid having like tons of tracking numbers coming in. So I've just been keeping these, and at the end of Trans Awareness Week, I'll be selling them. So. Oh, spectacular H! You plan on coming out to your mom during Trans Awareness Week. Wow, congratulations. I hope that that goes well. I don't know if you expect it to go well, but it can be nerve wracking regardless of whether you expect it to go well. So I really hope that congrats on like getting to a place where you feel comfortable with enough with that to do it. And I do hope that it goes well. Yeah. And oh, Breen, it was just over a third odds for Raiko. Yeah, that's crazy. Mia has had insane luck in Crystal. It's impressive, honestly. Um, and there was one person who used to work here that rivaled your chaos. That's crazy. Crazy. Do you think that they would sign up to eat Pokemon cards for the event? Your mom is a rather accepting person, but it's still nerve wracking. Aileen, welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I like that emote. Whose is that? That belongs to you. Nice. Oh, got it. Yeah, for the Am I Shiny command. Yeah, totally. Totally. Shade, you hope that you can get at least two of the four targets you set out to get this week. Remind me what those targets are. I'm very curious. Aileen, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Um, yeah, I went and saw Black Panther earlier with some friends. It's been a bit since I've like had a nice like something that I've done that's like not related to streaming or like setting up for streaming, so it was nice to like get out and do something different. Um, yeah. Thank you, Daisuke. Thank you. It's a very simple cosplay, but I am having fun with it. I wanted to do some kind of trainer for this week, and this was an easy one, so I went for this. Went for this, and I did purple because purple's my favorite color instead of pink. It's on purpose, the purple. So I got my purple wristbands that are just black wristbands with a silicone bracelet. And I got my Pokemon card Pokeball and stuff. So work has started to go by so fast these past few ships. Nice. Feels like it should be 7, but it's already 8:20. Nice. That's good. It's good. Hey, Liam, your sis went to see Black Panther with her boyfriend today, and she seemed to like. Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it was good. I'm not gonna no spoilers in here. Also, like for anybody who's new, no spoilers for Scarlet Violet. There is a vast amount of stuff out there because the games have been leaked and dumped and data mined and stuff. So please don't talk about any of that here. There's only a few days left until the game. I want to go in pretty blind, and I just kind of scroll past the spoilers rather than engaging with them in any way. So, Emu. There we go. There's one. Where are the other ones? I guess we're out of sync on. Get these two. Okay, and then we got a third one or fourth one. Where's the fourth one? Machop, and of the Machop and the Nidoran line, and then Spillipo and Gothita. Nice. That's a really nice set there. So I'm excited for that. Let us know if you get anything. Oh, and you also think your roommate is moving out. Whoa. She randomly appeared with friends after disappearing for a week and a half and started unplugging all of her stuff. That is awkward. Does that mean that you're going to have to pay more or no? That is awkward. All you want to know is if the starters are shiny locked or not. Yeah. I'm not going to be shiny hunting for starters, so I don't care about that. And if folks in chat don't want to know, like I don't, yeah, no spoilers here. So if you know, don't say anything. I'm not going to do resets for starters on stream. We're going to do playthrough here. Hey Liam, you're so happy you just got a shiny Cramorant 20 minutes ago. Congrats. How long were you hunting for that? That's super cool. Congrats on that. Shade Destroyer will for sure. Thank you for letting us know. Those are some good targets. Definitely like very much in the on the Trans Awareness Week theme, which is great. Ooh, well, we lost that set of Mews. That's fine. We've lost enough sets of Mews, so I'm not too worried about it. Where's this last Mew? One year. Oh my gosh, you were really hunting it for 2 days. First time trying a double switch setup. Nice. I'm glad that you got it. Glad that you got it. Niece says, hi, Nora. Hello to your niece, Jack. Yeah, you just got to your brother's today and he keeps trying to tell you about the leaks. His excitement comes from knowing and talking about it, while your excitement comes from the surprise of seeing them in the game. Yeah, totally. Definitely like two different attitudes there, sounds like. Yeah. Just means you have a chance of getting a new roommate next semester. Well, hopefully any new roommate that you might get is a good one, because I know that like I've had roommates that we didn't really jive. I mean, mostly it was like the roommates who like go out all the time and party. That was my problem. Like you know, it's a lot easier with a studious roommate, I feel. Um, Anybody have any favorite shinies? You like the inverted? I'm a big fan of the inverted color ones. Yeah, I like the really distinct ones. I'm not a big fan of the subtle shifts in general. That's kind of my thing. But there are ones where we've done the rank 5 Pokemon on here, and it's been like, I'm surprised by a shiny palette, and I'm like, okay, the subtle one seems really nice. But in general, I prefer the like big shifts. Like one example is Morgrem. I wasn't super excited about shiny Morgrem, but shiny Morgrem was I didn't know what it looked like, and then we got it. I got it, and I was like, "That's pretty cool." So, as a phase for Galarian Ponyta, so it was like a different type of thing. Do we have music here? So just waiting. Yeah, it's coming. Mia, thank you so much. I appreciate the lurk. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Congrats on the Raikou if you're actually here. I don't know if you're still streaming, but congrats on the Raikou. That was super cool. You got the roamer. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it. It was incredible. Congrats on that. So under odds. That's amazing. That's an amazing hunt and an amazing find. So I'm super excited for you. Good luck on Mew at Dream Hunt. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Mew is my favorite Pokemon, and I'm really hoping that we can get it, but I'm not super bothered if we don't this week. King of Kerp, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. For anybody who's new, my name is Nora, and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm doing a cosplay of Hilda from Black and White. And then we're shiny hunting for Mew, and I'm the host for the Trans Awareness Week event. We have quite a lot of people involved in this event. Exclamation mark Trans Awareness Weekers here, which will show you everybody who's streaming if you click the tiny.1 link. And then if you want to follow everybody who's streaming for the event, click the Linktree link, and you can click each of the streamers and follow them. Oh, and you were hoping that you get the Entei first. You prefer Entei, Owen. And Breen, you got to say your favorite shiny is Spiritomb. It's quite different. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Ronk 475, if anybody knows Ronk, is hunting Spiritomb for Trans Awareness Week. That's his favorite Pokemon and stuff. And it's like got trans flag colors, so I approved because he asked. For alligators, cool, and just because of the blue fins, yeah, totally, totally. I agree with that. And King of Kerp, how was your stream? You were there for me as Raikou. That's super cool. And Val, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Shiny Morgrem, surprisingly good. I agree with that. I agree with that. I was not a fan of Morgrem as the concept, and then seeing the shiny changed my mind. Similar to like, sometimes we'll play Pokemon Snap, or I've played Pokemon Snap, and it's like some of the Pokemon I have a like much better appreciation for because you see them like interact with other Pokemon and like just see their personality in a different way rather than in like the simple sprites. So Streamer's good. He hunted Gen 2 starters in Heart Gold Silver 4,500 encounters. Did you just start that? I guess that sounds like it might have been sped up, or did you just hunt all day? Also, if you gotta go, I totally understand. Streaming is taxing, and make sure you get some water and food and all of these things to take care of yourself. Checking out customers, what did I say about you saying? Oh, I was just wondering, do you prefer Entei as a shiny or just like as a design? There's the fourth one. Sped up, but it's easy to hunt because emulators instead of soft resets, you can just press a button to reload the save. Nice, that's cool. Yeah, I hope you get it soon. It's nice that you can speed it up like that. Like Entei more overall because that movie. Oh yeah, the movie. Yeah, I remember that from a long time ago. I haven't seen it in like decades, probably. It seems like that must have come out when I was somewhere between 12 and like 15 or something. But Suicune is your favorite beat. I really like Suicune. Yeah, Suicune's a really nice design. All of the legendary beasts are quite distinct and like kind of have different personalities, and a lot of the art is very satisfying from that perspective. Gonna go sweep. Sounds good, Owen. I hope that you have a good rest of your workday. Suicune is the best from that trio. Yeah, some of the like card art is really nice for Suicune. In the TCG. So opinions on the Hunger Games. I haven't heard about the Hunger Games in a really long time. CP, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. For folks who are new, I'm Nora. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the host for this Trans Awareness Week event. And if you don't know what it's about, it is a shiny hunting event that we are doing to have fun, raise awareness for transness, and raise some money for the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, who supports Black trans folks. And we've got some rewards here, some incentives in different people's streams. Everybody's got something different, which has been awesome. I expected to be doing this just on my own. The other thing that's important to note is we have the donations are going to be matched 1-to-1 at the end of the event, so every dollar is worth 2 still, which is really cool. And we've raised so much money so far. It's been incredible. It's been a lot of fun. I have been very satisfied with how things have gone and stuff. I could not have asked for a better experience with us. Like, it's way beyond my expectations. And we've got a bunch of shiny hunting targets that you can choose from if you want to hunt along with us. And then we're going to be switching to Scarlet Violet playthroughs, some of us. I'm going to be playing through Violet, and I believe that I'm choosing Sprigatito. For anybody who has come in recently and hasn't read the rules, please do not give any spoilers for Scarlet Violet. There are quite a few folks in chat, and me as well, who would prefer to go in the game with as little knowledge as we can. Yeah, so we're going to be doing this for the rest of the week and stuff. And again, thank you so much for the raid. Exclamation mark incentives. If folks have donated in other streams and have a ditto at the bottom, you can switch your ditto to, or I can switch your ditto to another avatar. So just let me know if you'd like something else. And the options are here. Exclamation mark avatar. And let's run a battle royale here. What else? We're shiny hunting for Mew. We're going to be doing Mew for a while. And then we're going to switch over to 16 times Togepi, which we set up for by getting 16 shiny starters, which was super fun. And then today and the rest of the week, pretty much, there's a couple of days that may be exceptions. I'll have to see. I'm like rescheduling a couple folks, but we're going to have some trans and gender expansive voices on here, aside from mine, which will be cool. And we'll have one on in a bit tonight. So if you want to stick around for that, should be nice. Yesterday we had an interview, and these folks are, some of them are in the Pokemon community, some in the shiny hunting community, and some outside of both. So a good mix, and it kind of highlights part of the reason that I wanted to do this event in the first place is just because I noticed how many trans folks there were in the Pokemon community after being a part of it for a bit, which was really cool. And yeah, we had an interview yesterday with a trans woman from Scotland, and that was really fun. So yeah, we'll have a guest on today, and you can stick around for that if you'd like. So how was your stream, Cool Pikachu, if you're here still? 31 game cartridges? No, so I dumped the saves off. Hi Pokemon has one. That's cool. Congratulations to Hi Pokemon. I dumped the saves off, so we were doing every hour because it was like 81.92 per hour roughly, so we were getting shinies pretty fast. There were 2 times where we got 3 shinies in 1 hour, which was crazy. Full odds 81.92. And then I would dump the saves off, and then we would keep going with the same cartridges. So I didn't, I only have 16 copies of Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and I'm intending to get to like sell the ones that I end up not needing. Working on your 1-minute Whooper dance animation. Yeah, your art streams are so cool. I love your emotes. They are amazing. So I really appreciate those. 20 seconds of rough animation, so you're excited? That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, and I don't know if did we get a shout out for Cool Pikachu? No. I need to shout out multiple people here. Shout out to Cool Pikachu, who does a bunch of Pokemon content, shiny hunting, challenge runs, and a ton of art stuff. Very talented artist, and yeah, her streams are always a lot of fun. Or their streams. I know that you said that you don't care about pronouns. I don't know if that has changed, but their streams. Um, yeah, check out Cool Pikachu and drop a follow. I would really appreciate it. Still, any pronouns, great, great. What time is it? Um, Love the hat. Thank you. I did it myself. I wanted to do purple for Hilda because I'm not as much a pink fan, and purple's my favorite color. So I took the I got a white hat or white fronted hat with purple backs, and then did my little painting, which was fun to do. That is an interesting username. And let me check how long you've been had your account. Please read the chat rules if you're going to chime in. Thank you for the follow. Some folks, I'm not sure how they hold on to their usernames, but thank you. Yeah, I did it with paint. It turned out surprisingly well. I wanted to get an embroidered one, but I couldn't like find one that was the right color, so yeah. I tend to be kind of obsessive about these kind of things. There's a spot where I think it's right there, like some paint, like I nicked the brush and then took some detergent and very carefully tried to get it out and got it mostly out, but if you see it in person, it's very obvious and I'm like slightly upset about it. Since Enterdale, welcome in. Avatars, if you donate, you can switch from a Ditto. If you'd like to switch between color shiny and color none would be the non-shiny palette, and color shiny is the shiny palette. And you can also look at the avatars under exclamation mark extension. I don't believe that you can see all of them. Here's the options if you donate at least $5. Gonna eat dinner now, but you'll be lurking. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks again for the raid. Yeah, make sure you take care of yourself after streaming. I gotta check out that animation at some point. Um, just finished sweeping. Congratulations, Owen. Does that mean that you're done for the day? Or close to done? We'll have our guest on in about 10 minutes for folks who heard about that and are wondering. Um, so if you want to stick around for that, that would be cool. Um, Close in 20 minutes. You sweep anytime after 8. Nice. Nice. Collar does not stay down. That's okay. Is anybody who hasn't chimed in yet shiny hunting anything cool for Trans Awareness Week by chance? Or if you have chimed in at another time, feel free to let us know how it's going. Definitely going out of the grass makes the Mew do something strange. There we go. Found shiny Mareep in white 2 yesterday, hunting Popplio in Ultramoon now. Congrats. Congrats on the Mareep. That's awesome. I love Mareep. Mareep shiny. We've got our... Wait, is the Mareep emote on? It is. Okay. Yeah. For some reason, I just haven't seen it in a while. Still, that thumbnail on the screen is not the best, but I like the emote. Artsy B, thank you so much for the $25 donation. I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. If you're in here, let us know what you would like out of the incentives. We can switch your avatar and anything here. Oops. We can open a Pokemon card pack if you want to support my returning Pokemon card addiction. Here to support the addiction. Ginger and you have the same one. Nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the donations that people have made. Yeah, and you are one of them. It's been incredible. Thank you so much. Let's open some Pokemon cards. What do you want? Do you want Evolving Skies, Brilliant Stars, or the new Silver Tempest set? I picked up some of that as well. Very easy to fall into the TC. Yeah, I've been my first Pokemon card pack since I was 12. I opened during this event because I've been avoiding them on purpose. Evolving Skies, nice. Okay, let's do that. Let me see what we've got for Evolving Skies. I'm just gonna get this set up one more time, and then we'll do the Pokemon cards, and then probably do the guest interview. Cool. Yeah, we've got some Evolving Skies here. Let me switch to top-down camera. Would you like... What did we decide this was yesterday? This is Rayquaza. This is Gigantamax something. Your choice. 15 minutes till freedom. Duraludon. Thank you, Breen. Duraludon. Let's do it. Guest interview, yes. We had an interview yesterday with a trans woman from Scotland, and today we are having an interview with a gender expansive person who will be joining us in a few minutes. Inspired by the tallest building in London skyline, the Shard. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, if people want to check out the interview from yesterday, the VOD is posted with permission from the guest. So if you want to check that out at some point, it's quite long, and I enjoyed it a lot. So yeah, I'm really happy with how many like there are a lot of folks who have volunteered to come on stream and like talk about their experience, and I'm like honored by that. And it's been really fun. So let's get some energy guesses going. Code card. Psychic. Grass. Fire. To fire. Dark like your soul. You were in Quick Panic stream earlier, weren't you? Did you see the Mewtwo? I did not see the Mewtwo, but I'm super excited that he got it. We got grass. Okay. It's dark, like your soul. There you go. RC Brigadier and Breen got it. So what we got here? Scroll of the Fanged Dragon. That's pretty epic. It's pretty epic. Swoobat. This is a really cool card. I like all the Gen 5 ones in Evolving Skies. That's really cool. Lombre. Nickit. I like this card a lot. The dark backgrounds are super nice on these cards. I love the background on the dark cards. Bergmite. We got a reverse hollow Bergmite at one point. Roggenrola. Flabebe. Swablu. Reverse hollow Zinnia's Resolve. And Ampharos. I think that the like issue that I have that I've had the last couple times is like if you hold the cards just like a little bit like this, then you can tell that it's not like a full art card, which is always like a bit of a like early bummer in a way. All I want is full art cards. Why don't they make packs with just full art cards? It doesn't make any sense. Everybody wants the full art cards. Why don't we just do all full art cards? Swablu was so cute. Yeah, I like the Swablu. You saw the Mewtwo, Breen? That's cool. I gotta watch the clip later. I've just been busy. I saw that he got it, though. Yeah, the Swablu is really cute. I agree with that. Pack, but all it has is shiny Pokemon? Totally. Why don't they make these? Think you have that stable? Stable. Let's see what the autocorrect. Swablu. Okay. Yeah. These are super cool. I'm really enjoying opening cards, which is an interesting problem. Spit over 2.5 times odds. It's not bad, but it's a lot. Let me do a bit of a be right back. I'm gonna go on mute, but I'm gonna be here. So just a minute.
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's perfect. Do you want me to try?
I think that we are both on. Go ahead and if you would like to introduce yourself, Nat, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. My name's Nat, and I am gender fluid person.
You,
I don't know what else to say on that.
that's great. I'm guessing it looks a little bit low on levels. What do people think about that? Let's just like check that with everybody really quick. Their mic needs to be up a little. Okay. Audio is very low. Guest is quiet. Thanks. Okay. I'll
I
unlock the
turned it up
volume.
on my end. Is that any better?
I've got it up on my end too. Let's see. If you want to talk a bit, let's see. Much better. Okay. Let's check the levels as we go, and if it's off balance, then we will go from there. Okay.
Okie doke.
All right. Let's see. Did you get a chance? I mean, we talked about doing this like Monday or Wednesday. Did you get a chance to look at some of the questions? And I like realized that this is a bit of a different conversation.
Yeah, no, I
Uh,
got to look at some of them.
okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can both kind of like. I'm happy. Where would you like to start? I think is like a good place to ask. Also we've got like an ad going, so maybe like a if you want to think about that, or we can talk about it and then start actually going
Okay,
through
well,
it.
we can wait for that ad to go through if you want.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Thanks, Benito. Well, I guess Benito is not subbed. I think so. You're gonna be hearing that in a second. Am I running 1 minute ads or 1.5? Because like on my end, I feel like I'm seeing the ads run for less time than that, but maybe I should check. Stream affiliate ads, ads manager. 1 minute 30. Okay, so they should be done in 3 seconds. Ads are done. Cool. Thanks, Val. And for San Centerdale. Yeah. Thanks, Benito. I'm glad that you like it. I did make it myself. And I'm dressed as Hilda from Gen 5. Um, cool. Yeah. Where would you like to start, Nat?
Well, like you said, my name's Nat, and my pronouns are they, them, and I am gender fluid. But more and more these days, I think that I'm leaning towards being, I don't want to say completely trans, but just trans.
Nice. So kind of like what have those like two things meant for you, like gender fluid and like the like starting to lean more towards trans?
It means that my gender identity and presentation of that identity are fluid. They
Yeah.
change, and just depending on the day, whichever one I feel more like is who I am that day. And that actually, kind of skipping down in those questions, it comes to the name that I chose. Um, my I wouldn't call it a dead name because I'm still go by it in a work setting and in other parts of my life. But my name is Nathan.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the name that just felt right when I decided that I might be trans or that I'm gender fluid was Natalia, and so kind of a shortening of both of those gives you Nat, and it's just kind of what I've felt most comfortable with.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's super cool. The like
Yeah,
the that kind of I don't even know what you would call that. It's like a two kind of like a double meaning, like connection kind of thing between them.
yeah.
I like that a lot.
It's very much an inclusion of both of the people I feel I am because for the longest time that's how I've kind of dealt with it and felt like um, is just being like two different people without
Yeah.
of course without of course sounding like I'm crazy.
No, totally. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. One thing I'm interested in is in terms of like gender fluid versus non-binary, what does that kind of mean for you?
Well, I mean, not being or not considering myself non-binary, I'm not 100% on what that would mean. But for me, it's just it's the freedom to be who I feel I am inside
Okay.
on any given day.
Yeah, so
But
it's more like it changes day to day, and non-binary I guess can be like that sometimes, but it can also be just more like androgynous and like consistent is maybe the
yeah,
difference for you, you think?
that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, the androgyny of not having to choose or not feeling like you belong to either or
Yeah.
is not so much my experience. But
Yeah, that
just
makes a lot
get
of
it.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine sometimes like I guess one of the things that I initially didn't understand from folks without like talking to them about it is both like non-binary gender fluid what dysphoria looks like when it comes to that because it's quite it feels like to me a bit different than folks who might consider themselves binary trans. I don't know if it's like uncomfortable for you to talk about like dysphoria that you might experience, at least on a surface level.
Not at all.
Okay.
And actually, that's a great topic to bring up because it kind of leads into why I suspect that I might be trans, or that I would prefer to identify as a trans woman, because the dysphoria I feel, and we've talked about it on stream before. I've asked about how your experience with electrolysis has gone, but
Yeah.
I am I grew up being one of those people who went through puberty as a young boy who just got the full facial hair immediately.
Gosh.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and as a teenager, that's like, oh my gosh, I've got this facial hair, and I don't feel like I'm a child anymore. And yeah, there was a part of me that was excited to be growing up,
Yeah.
but that
Totally.
also means that, like, now, the discomfort that I feel from having that facial hair, and even like today, I shaved today because my wife and I had some friends over, but like, I've got that stubble, I've got that shadow that is just upsetting
Yeah.
to me to have, just it to be uncomfortable. And very much, like a lot of people I know, I can't shave every day.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
uh
It's the
it's
same for me. Or it has been. So yeah,
yeah.
I totally get that.
um
When you were talking about when you're a kid, like going through puberty, I guess like it's a bit of a dichotomy. At least in my experience, it was kind of like, I my like I was kind of late bloomer when it came to puberty.
uh-huh.
When I was younger, and I guess like what I noticed is like people having some confidence when some of that stuff starts to happen, because you get encouragement from other kids kind of thing, and you're wanting to fit in and stuff. I don't know if you identify with that when it came to like, the
Ab-
kind of full beard all at once.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was something where it's just like, oh, I'm getting getting older, and I'm maturing, and very much a sign of, um, that maturity, that I was seeing on my peers and people my age.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
um,
Go ahead.
no, it's okay. I was just gonna say, I don't really have any, I guess, boundaries, that because you were
Okay,
you were asking if
cool.
there was anything that we
Yeah,
wanted to shy
sounds
away
good.
from. I'm happy to
Yeah.
talk about whatever
Okay, for
comes up.
sure. Yeah, yeah, and let me know if that changes or anything. But I appreciate that. Cool. What was I gonna go with next? Let's see. I guess so. I guess in terms of dysphoria, is there like anything else that like is something you're talking about the facial hair stuff? But in terms of like, I guess you're talking. Yeah, you're thinking more and more that you're trans. And maybe more binary trans than gender fluid. Is that correct, or
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
think
that's
still?
that's
Okay.
definitely a good way to put it. And
Yeah.
I think a part of that was not wanting to throw away in my mind who I was, who I've been all my life. I'm we don't want to probably talk about ages, but I'm not very young.
Yeah.
Um, so transitioning, and speaking of that, I'm on HRT right now, so transitioning later on in my life,
Yeah.
getting some of those, feminine changes, I should say, maybe is a good way to describe it, from a medication standpoint, that, has been a lot has been very validating for who I feel I am, and just generally makes me feel better about myself.
Just
Um,
so that I made sure that I caught that. I'm not sure. You're on a testosterone suppressant. Is that what I caught, or no?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
taking a testosterone
Okay.
suppressant as
Okay.
well as, estrogen.
Oh. Okay. All right. All right. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. That's helpful. It's interesting. I think the part that I'm like a little, well, not like stuck on, but the part that I find kind of interesting is the like wanting to feel some like continuity, or like feeling like you're abandoning your part of your who you were kind of thing. Um, I find that kind of interesting. I don't know if you have more to say about that. Um,
Yeah, actually, that's, interesting you bring that up. Because I was in therapy for a very long time dealing with other issues. I have, PTSD from, uh, difficult childhood.
yeah.
And it honestly, it wasn't until I had started dealing with that and trying to cope with that and learning how to move on from that, that I really felt safe enough to question my gender identity, to question uh, who I am and I don't want to say who I want to be because I don't see
Yeah.
it as a choice, but
Yeah. Yeah,
just
or like living, I don't know, like the way that I describe it is typically like living more authentically or like being more of
yes,
yourself kind of
being
thing.
my true self,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Um, and it it's interesting because going back, because it was something we talked about in my therapy, is like when I thought maybe this had all started, and did I ever feel, like I was in the wrong body growing up, and definitely during puberty, we talked about that a little bit, being validating and kind of the social validation of my peers and stuff because I was going through puberty and seeing these changes, and not being too unsettled by them or upset by them. But ever since I was a young child, I'd have these. I never found a good way to describe it. It's almost like an out of body feeling of
Hmm.
myself. Like I wasn't who I saw, say, in a mirror, or if I was hanging
Yeah,
out with at school or I was anywhere. I felt so disconnected from who I was, and it
hmm.
almost I needed to center myself to kind of feel like the person that I am the person that I am. I don't know if that
Totally.
makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes
It
sense. And
kind
it's like some of
Just
the,
something discordant about who I am and who I felt I was.
yeah, for sure. And that can be like pretty confusing when you're dealing with PTSD and stuff coming up and being kind of overwhelming and like just like not knowing what's happening kind of thing and having to figure out what it relates to and trying to make sense of that, I guess.
Yeah, and so going back to that, I didn't know how to describe that, but coming to this realization that I may be trans or that I chose gender fluidity, it just made sense to me that that's what that was. And along those lines, kind of already knowing who I was, like, I know that a lot of trans people kind of shop around names, or they try out different names with their close friends and family who they're out to see how it feels, and they're not so sure if this is who they want to be known as, and they change it. Like it was so strange to know that name immediately without ever having thinking about it.
Yeah, that is very interesting. That is very
Um,
interesting.
and that leads into this idea that I'm giving up, or I'm letting go of that part of me, when in my mind I see it as being uh, uh, cisgendered male for so many years, while also being, and not knowing it, but having this other part of me that I never acknowledged. And I've lived, like I said, I've lived so many years like that, and to not have, like, that's, I see it as like flipping the script, so to speak, where like, even though I may have this part of my personality, this part of who I am that is predominantly male, it's okay. I don't want to call it to suppress it, but to just not have that be the forefront of who I am.
Right. Right. That makes a
Because,
lot of sense. Yeah.
and
Yeah, so it's
sorry, go ahead.
oh well, you can go ahead. You go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say that that kind of goes into the aspect of my transition, as it were. Uh, Socially, I'm out, obviously, to my partner,
Hmm.
to my immediate family, and we can talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm not really out at work, so,
Okay.
and I work in a school, helping the special education children.
Hmm.
So uh, I hate to say it comes down to a political thing, but I don't live in the most progressive state,
Yeah. That's really
and
unfortunate.
It is. My principal knows that I'm transitioning, and she's supportive, which is awesome.
Yeah, that is
But
really great.
there are definitely some people who work at the school who and parents of some of the students I know that that could very easily take issue with someone, specifically a trans woman, working with children.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like the trans misogyny type thing, or like projecting cis male.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know.
it's a lot
Stuff.
of
Yeah.
kind of what your guest yesterday, Charlotte, was talking about. You don't have people who are sitting there guarding bathrooms and watching every aspect of anything that anybody does. It's just for cisgendered people or trans people, but it's obviously a very touchy and uh, difficult subject to talk about with someone who doesn't want to be open-minded.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like a lot of you don't know what people are thinking, and you're not around people that you consistently like you may know, and so like things like the bathroom, it's like you have a fear because you know that there are people that exist that like have those judgments and stuff, and it's like who is it going to be kind of thing, and I imagine that's very similar for like the parents and stuff. And I don't
Exactly.
know, like coming from a like background, or not a background, but like coming from the place of like identifying or being perceived as a cis male, I imagine that sometimes that even like depending on the age of the kids that you're teaching, sometimes I think that I've heard that like folks get some kind of judgment about that from like the like cis woman to cis man type situation as a teacher or aide or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's definitely a gender role, so to speak, where people just assume that it's going to be a woman teaching
Right.
or helping with this, that, or the other. And I mean, to be honest, there are a lot more women in the school that I work in who are doing the job that I do. There's a very short, or I should say, a low percentage of the people who do the job I do that are male.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of like
So
male nurses in a way.
exactly. So
Uh,
I don't know if we veered off topic at all, but you
no,
just
it's
let me
okay.
know if
It's
we need
okay.
to
It's totally
recenter.
this is all related. Just one second. I have to if Fave Martian is in here. Thank you so much for the donation, and for anybody who hasn't been in here. Um for a period of time. Two things: those donations pop up on every streamer who's currently streaming their screen, and also we have a guest on called Nat who uses they them pronouns, and we're talking about some trans and gender fluidity right now. So
Thank you for the lovely introduction again.
yeah, no
It's
problem.
very, like I said, it's very nice to to be here. If that doesn't sound too cliche.
No, no, that's great. I appreciate. Yeah, I mean, it's been awesome. Like, it's been awesome in general to like both have folks who like of all types, folks who are trans, identify as non-binary, and other identities, gender fluidity and stuff, here, like in chat hanging out, and like cis folks who also enjoy hanging out here. It's been really nice, and I am super like excited, honored, kind of surprised at the like the reaction when it comes to like folks being willing to come on and talk about their experience. So yeah, like it goes both ways, I think. Charlotte, welcome in.
It's definitely interesting. I know that you kind of sent the call out or feelers out for people to, if anybody wanted to get involved who wasn't
Yeah.
streaming a while ago, and it kind of stuck in my head, and I was thinking, I mean, I've got my experiences, and they're probably
Hmm.
similar or different than uh, everybody else, but I didn't really give much thought to it, and then I heard Charlotte speak yesterday, and I just kind of I thought, it might be really nice to get on and just to talk for a bit,
Yeah, for
kind of
sure.
share some things that may or may not apply or make other people feel validated in their own experiences.
Yeah, 100%. I think everybody's got very different experience, and I can tell already. Like, everybody has different perspectives because they have different experiences, and because they're different people and come from absolutely different backgrounds. Everyone is different, so I think everybody has a perspective that's worth understanding and stuff. And yeah, I was really appreciative to Charlotte for being the first person to come on, and I think that experience, like on both sides, was or on all sides, seems to be good. Like folks in chat seem to enjoy it. I enjoyed it a lot, and Charlotte also had a good time. So yeah, it's been great.
A lot of fun to watch stream yesterday.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for chiming in with the correct pronouns for not there. Nat repping the best pronouns. Sorry, Goggles. Nice. Yeah. They, them people are powerful, according to Val. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still like learning. It's like a very interesting like 10 things that I'm doing where I'm watching donations, follows, raids, like doing shiny hunting as like a just to keep something on the screen that's interesting happening, and then like I think interacting with chat between having somebody on like a voice on with me is the part that I'm like still trying to understand. So I like folks in chat, like I'm like kind of watching chat, and I'm happy if you want to chime in and stuff, but I'm still like kind of learning how to do that set of interactions between two people talking and chat. So I appreciate people who are listening and chiming in and stuff. And if I miss something or if I'm skipping over it, it's not personal. It's just like trying to do all of these things at once and figuring out what the right thing to do is here. So
For what it's
um
worth, I think you're doing great.
thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. Um Yeah, I think we're like pretty naturally going through a bunch of these questions. I don't know what you think you'd like
I've
to
got it
cover
up on my
next.
phone so I can look at
Nice.
it real quick. Let's
Yeah,
see.
yeah, because you know your experience well, and kind of like
Hmm.
leading us through it is good.
Yeah, we've kind of, like you said, touched on a lot of these things. And I definitely, like I said, I started transitioning, but I guess I didn't say how long it's been.
Yeah.
And so I started specifically HRT um, in February of this year. So it's been a little bit.
Uh huh.
Um, and I think, I think we talked about it on stream as well before, or I've just kind of chimed in. Um, until quite recently, it hasn't really done much for me. My
Really?
testosterone levels have halved, which
Oh
I
right.
guess is pretty significant. But the estrogen just hasn't really budged at all, and I haven't really seen any physical changes because of that. But it seems like maybe things are getting a little bit. Uh, I don't want to say better. I guess I've just been very intolerant, and that's taking specifically oral estrogen as opposed to. I think you shared that you are on a patch.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm on estradiol patches. It's like apparently chemically identical to or like whatever it ends up as. I think when it goes through your digestive tract and through your liver, there may be some like splitting of the molecules, but eventually, wherever it ends up as the same molecule. But so if are you on pills or
Yeah,
injections? Okay,
yeah,
you're on
pills.
pills. So it's the
Um,
same. It's the same.
yeah,
Yeah.
and we're definitely my endocrinologist. I have a meeting with him, and I don't know, like I think it's a month maybe.
Yeah.
We're gonna see if indeed my levels have stayed the same, if they've increased, or whether we're gonna move to injections or potentially a patch. So
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, the inject. I've heard like I stopped kind of reading about this stuff after things started going the direction that I wanted to and not really having any problems. So I like kind of like I was a like mad person like trying to learn as much as I could about this stuff, and then like got to a place where things were working. And so like just like what you're talking about is reminding me of quite a few folks who said that their levels or just like even if their levels were okay sometimes like just switching from pills to or switching to injections from whatever it was worked really well for them. And initially like when I was like I've had a phobia of needles,
Oh,
which like is not as much of a problem anymore, but like initially I was kind of like I don't know if I can do injections all the time, like if I have to do that. So definitely like initially my reaction to that was kind of negative because it's like people are saying like they had to go on injections in order to see results, but I've been super happy with how patches have gone. So yeah.
well, I'm glad to hear that because I know that it's definitely frustrating when you go get your blood taken and they test your levels and you see that it's just kind of
Yeah, I
it
imagine
it
for
definitely
sure.
fizzles your excitement for transitioning
Yeah,
uh
100%.
quite
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah, I definitely feel for the like not getting the desired effects and having to put in all that effort and emotional labor too associated with all of that. So I do hope that it gets better for you soon, and I'm sure that they'll help figure something out. It just
Yeah,
takes time, unfortunately, I guess, because it's just like a
absolutely.
wait and see and adjust and then like
Well,
yeah.
and that's the thing is just you can't just go, oh, here I want the highest level of prescription you can give me right off the
Yeah,
bat. Like that's obviously not safe for any given person through the door, you know.
totally.
So,
Do you
but
do you have like any kind of thyroid issues? Because I know some folks have like thyroid that
you know,
seems to be too
you
regulating.
you bring that up. It's actually
Yeah.
really funny. I earlier this last year, I think it was. Yeah, I've got a growth on my thyroid.
Oh,
I
okay.
think it's hypothyroidism. I
Got
don't
it.
remember which, but I definitely do take thyroid medication.
Okay,
Um,
interesting.
so that probably does play a bit of a role, a part in it as well.
Got it. Okay.
Also, my baby just fell over, so if you hear crying, I apologize.
Okay, no problem. No problem. If you gotta take care of it, let me know and we can
No, my
pause.
wife
Okay.
is
Got it.
wonderful. She's
Okay.
helping tonight.
Awesome.
So,
It's very nice of her.
oh,
Um,
she's the best.
yeah.
And actually, she's in chat right now, but she's kind of been a huge supporter and support for me going through this. You know, we talked about dysphoria earlier a little bit, and you know, kind of aside from the facial hair growth, I mean, you know, I look in the mirror and I don't see someone who is, in my opinion, womanly. You know,
Mhm.
I don't see someone who, well, I don't see myself first off, and I don't see those that femininity that I would like to see.
Mhm.
And a big help for that has been just something as simple as wearing makeup. You know, putting on some eyeliner or eyeshadow or something
Yeah.
to that effect. And of course, as someone who has not done that their whole life, it's difficult.
Yeah.
So you make the effort. It doesn't go well. And
Mhm.
you take it off and you try maybe once or twice or even three times before you get too frustrated and just say, forget this. I'm not going to do it.
Totally.
It's too much work.
Yeah.
Same thing with painting my nails. You know, I try to paint my nails and I have it going well and then I smudge something or I mess it up and then I'm just like, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to take this all off now because it looks terrible.
Yeah.
And just being really discouraged about that. My wife has been excellent in helping me to get some of that stuff done and so I can feel good and feel better about myself.
Yeah, it's really nice to have that support, and I definitely like relate to some of that. You're kind of like even if you're not conscious of it when you're doing these things, kind of expecting a certain result, or to feel a certain way, and then being like disappointed with the results, kind of thing. Or for the effort that you put in, and that can be like because you're trying to do it to like get rid of dysphoria, and that can be kind of overwhelming. So
Yeah.
I definitely get
And well,
that.
and see, and that's the thing is just, it's very much like you know, and I don't want to speak for people who don't experience it, but I imagine a lot of people who are trans or non-binary or any anything other than cis hetero, so to speak, have dealt with lots of depression, or at least some depression. And it's one of those vicious cycles where you need the effort, the energy to put in the effort to make yourself feel better, but you don't have that. And when you do and it doesn't turn out well, then you just say, well, I'm not going to try again.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, because it's like the emotional labor with of trying and like failing is just so much.
Yeah. And it makes you feel worse. And then you start getting more dysphoria from it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's
like,
a really rough
you
cycle
do your
there.
best to be as positive, and the big thing is just the kindness that you can show to other people needs to be directed inward, and that's the hardest thing.
For sure. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I watch you on stream and you're always so nice to people, and people talk about maybe some of the troubles if it's not too deep, or things to do with being trans, and you're very supportive of that, and kind about it. But how, and I'm not saying you're not kind to yourself, but it's very easy to do that because that's who we are as people. We want to help
Right.
others,
Yeah.
but you don't always feel that way about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely definitely has taken a lot of effort for me to direct some of that. Like I've fortunately, I guess I've done that a bunch of that work related to other things that has made it easier through transition. Because like part of it has been um because like I've always had some level of like workaholism or
Hmm.
like achievement based stuff because my parents were kind of like instilled a bunch of that in me, and like my value to them was mainly like what I could do rather than like who I was as a person, which can be like pretty damaging. And so like I think part of the reason that it took me a long time to get to a place where um I understood that some of what I was experiencing was dysphoria is because um, I was chasing that value as a human being to other people through like my productivity and stuff. And when I was like feeling depressed for whatever period of time, whether it was, a week or a month or 6 months kind of thing, or more, I always kind of chalked it up to the like, that like achievement stuff and kind of blaming myself for it. So like trying to get to a place where I'm like I was nicer to myself over that kind of thing, and like when I wasn't able to, because I also have ADHD and stuff, and that also is a struggle when you're like when you measure yourself by productivity, because sometimes it's just not in your capability. So that I think has helped a lot, like roundabout story kind of thing. That's what's helped the most, and I think like mental health struggles as well has helped like seeing that in other people and has made it easier to apply it to myself as well, kind of thing in some ways, but it's still a struggle, it's like I'm in therapy obviously, and there are times where I still forget those things, and it's like, hey, like how would you treat a friend in this situation kind of thing, and it's like, oh yeah, I would treat the friend better than I'm treating myself right now kind of thing. So
Absolutely, and
yeah.
having a voice, whether it's a therapist or someone in your life to help call you out, so to speak, on those things when you're maybe not the kindest to yourself is at least for me, has been a big help.
Hmm. Totally. Yeah. Yeah,
So,
definitely helpful to have that support
yeah.
at home and things, and also from therapy. Um,
So,
I guess like when it comes to like coming out and stuff and like getting that support from your wife and things, like how did that go for you? Or is that awkward to
uh,
talk about?
no, no, absolutely.
Okay.
I'd love to talk about it,
Yeah.
and I will try to be as kind to the people I speak of, because I am maybe not getting along the best with my parents.
Yeah.
but we'll get to that. So
Mhm.
I have two daughters, a new baby who's 6 months old,
Mhm.
and an older daughter who lives in a different state than I do from my first marriage. And during the summer and winter, I fly down to Arizona and then pick up my daughter and fly back for the summer or the winter or vice versa.
Mhm.
Um, and so I was down there uh, a couple, was it like 2 years ago, I think. And I had already kind of broached the subject of, well, what do you think of if I decided to wear women's clothes or
Mhm.
put wear makeup or do these things.
Yeah.
And at the time, like my wife we're both very positive about LGBT rights and people, we're both um not straight.
Uh-huh.
So even before this, and I didn't think there'd be any issue. And she's like, well, do you think maybe you're trans? And I said, well, I don't know. I hadn't really gotten to a place where I felt comfortable even examining it myself.
Mhm.
Um, and then of course therapy and everything later. And so I'm 2,000 miles away from my wife, and we're talking on the phone or texting. I don't remember which. And and I say, I think I wanna try out or maybe explore
Yeah.
another side of my gender identity and the presentation that comes with that.
Totally.
And it was so strange because we talked about it after the fact, back when we were in the same place again. Um, and it's not that I don't trust her or that I don't believe she'd support me, but it's so strange that I might need that distance to have that conversation. And
Yeah.
it felt more comfortable to talk about it via text message as opposed to in person. I mean, even though I knew she would support me and she does support me, just being able to feel like I have that layer of protection, even though it wasn't needed. It definitely made it easier to say, "May this is maybe who I am, but I don't know. I'd like
Yeah.
to explore that."
It's kind of like what I don't know if this is good. Like the way that I relate to that, I guess, is that like sometimes it's difficult to say what you're feeling or thinking because you're so focused on monitoring the reaction or like trying to predict it maybe in the first place and then monitoring it otherwise. Right? I
Well,
don't know if you relate
and
to that, but
absolutely, and there's that fear there, even when it's unwarranted. That bit of negativity, that small voice in your head that's there that tells you, "Hey, this isn't going to go well. You're not doing the job you should be doing. You're not, you're making it up, or you're not, whatever it is, that negativity that is so hard to shut out sometimes. It
right.
just it controls and it tries to take over what you need to do or what you want to do, even when
Totally.
you know that it's unfounded or unwarranted.
Yeah. Yeah, and
So,
the like considering other people or like putting them before yourself when it comes to the authenticity, but like do I want to do this to somebody, like or like the
well,
people in my life kind of thing.
and it's really funny you bring that up because I am very much one of those people. You talked about the effect your parents had on you and
Yeah.
instilling those values in you that have kind of maybe not been negative. And I imagine with ADHD, because I don't have that, and I don't want to speak about something that's not my experience, but sometimes when you need to get stuff done and you can't focus on it, but you can get through that and get it done anyways. It can be a positive aspect of your life, but maybe not in the best way going about getting to there. It's very much the situation where I guess I haven't gotten to this point yet. I was adopted. So
Okay.
were my younger sister and my older brother. We were all adopted into the same family. Um,
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm from a family of seven, and four girls and three boys.
Mm-hmm.
And my bio parents did lots of illicit substances,
Wow.
so we were taken away. It was not the best
How old were y'all?
childhood. I was 6 months when I went into foster care, and I
Okay.
was adopted at 2 years old. I went back and forth a few times between foster parents, and my bio parents would get their act cleaned up, and then they'd, fall off the wagon, so to speak.
That sounds really rough.
Yeah, I
That's like
mean,
the kind. Yeah. Go ahead.
as to say, luckily, like I said, I was so young that I have some of those stark memories that are in my head um, because it's trauma. That's what it is.
Yeah, it
Uh,
really
and
is.
it,
Yeah.
and you remember those things when most of your childhood is just so far behind, and you have that amnesia about it that it doesn't you don't think about it.
Yeah, a
So
hundred
I have
percent.
some of that those
Yeah, and it's like
memories.
you're kind of like young enough also that you may not fully understand it, and then it's in the background in your head as you grow up, kind of thing, and you start to understand it a bit better. That kind of thing.
Absolutely, and
Yeah.
without even knowing it, it can inform your decisions or your actions, which is the case with my siblings. My younger sister and my older brother went through a lot of outward troubles
Hmm.
growing up, and so I was the quote unquote good kid.
Yeah.
So I was the kid that, and my dad was always working, that my mom kind of, without realizing it, I was her sounding board. I was always very close to my mom. I did errands with her. I helped her around the house. She was my support as a young child, and I almost felt when I started dealing with my own troubles, um, as a, and I don't know how, I don't know. I guess I guess what I'm trying to ask is, I obviously won't be explicit, but I am a victim of abuse,
Hmm.
and just put it out there. I won't go into detail,
Yeah.
but when I started experiencing the repercussions of that, and the mix that with the I don't want to call it depression from puberty, but hormones start changing and you start trying to experience your place in life around peers in middle school time area, where it's just everything's changing. You're changing, everyone around you is changing.
Yeah.
It's just so uncertain and uncomfortable, and you mix all that together. I started having my problems, and I felt like um, I couldn't ask for help. I couldn't say I had problems. I couldn't um, talk to my parents about it because I needed to not be another problem for them.
Totally. Yeah. That's really rough.
And well, yes, but I think it also made me the person I am today.
Yeah. I mean,
And
that's definitely like I that has been kind of like how I've felt about these things. It's hard to get there, and I appreciate that like you've gotten there at least in some ways, because like it's a really rough thing to live with, the level of regret that can come with um the like what could have been, or what like that kind of thing. The being grateful for like where you've ended up
oh,
is a pretty
absolutely.
powerful thing.
Well, and you can drive yourself crazy with the what ifs.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. um
So,
I just wanted to touch on Edward, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for folks who are being counted as trans or non binary in chat. I appreciate that. There was a point that Starry Goggles brought up that was transing your gender as an older person with established relationships and professional life and stuff seems difficult. And Callisti, welcome in. Thank you for joining. And for anybody who's new, we are currently doing like an interview thing as part of this Trans Awareness Week event. Um, we're going to be having a few folks on, but today we have Nat, who uses they them pronouns, talking about their experience with gender. And yeah, So that's kind of what we're doing here, and like in the background, to have something like interesting to do. We are shiny hunting, and this is like very typically like I'm used to having like from time to time these kind of conversations in chat, which is why I thought it would be a good idea to bring some folks on who wanted to have them via voice. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Um, yeah. So welcome in, folks. Uh, yeah, getting back to that question about transing your gender as an older person with established relationships and professional life and stuff seems difficult. Do you have anything else? I feel like we've touched on a bunch of that, but is there anything else specific to that kind of comment?
Well, I think uh, I mean, it definitely is a branch on that. We talked about coming out, so to speak, to my wife,
Mm-hmm.
and my immediate family on her side. Coming out to my parents and how that affects kind of their understanding of you've been my son for decades, where and all of that. It wasn't one of those horror stories that you read about,
Yeah.
but it also it wasn't. Let's put it this way: it went about as well as I think it could have.
Mm-hmm.
My parents are both quite religious. Um, well, maybe my dad's not. My dad's one of those Catholics who goes to church only on Christmas and Easter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, um, but he grew up with um, a brother who was gay, and this is, and my parents are both older. This is at a time when he grew up where uh, gay men specifically were very targeted, were
Mm-hmm.
very persecuted, much like they are today. But there just wasn't the community we have, and
Totally.
and so he very much is understanding that like this isn't something people choose.
Yeah.
People don't choose persecution.
Yeah.
They don't
Exactly.
say, "Oh, look at these people out at this gay bar or in the public eye. Look at this persecution. I need some of that. Can I get some of that?
Totally.
How can I make it work for me?" You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
So he was understanding. He's like, this is just who you are. It doesn't change how I feel about you. It doesn't change the fact that you're still my child, and it's not going to make me love you any less. But he was very, it's not my life and it doesn't affect me, so I don't really care. It was almost like an indifference. It's
Right.
supportive but indifference,
Yeah, I
which
mean that's pretty much like the best that you can ask for when it comes to like some folks that you come out to in any capacity have some attachment to who they think you are, and then that kind of keeps them from um embracing that you're your own person, and that there's a lot of power in like understanding that person kind of thing, rather than like trying to fight to keep whatever concept of who they thought you were or think you are, and holding on to that. So that's kind of like my that's kind of the best case that I feel.
yeah, and then you pretty much hit the nail on the head with my mom. She she's not hateful. She's not um I can't think of a good way to put it. Um uh Give me a second. I'm gonna try to think of a
Okay,
tactful way to
cool.
to
I'm
say
gonna
this.
thank Undead Prodigy for the donation to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute. Thank you so much for the $10 donation. And if you would like to change your avatar at the bottom of the screen, you can feel free to pick from these, and I'll change it for you.
Absolutely. Um, I guess the best way to say it is that she just she's one of those people who says I'll pray for you,
Yeah,
and that's just not like that doesn't help.
yeah.
Uh, that doesn't make me feel
It's like
any
a
better.
I hope that this changes, but I'm not like absolving like I'm using the higher power to absolve myself of like my stake in this kind of thing.
Yeah. So she's the much more religious of my parents, and The biggest thing right now that upsets me is that she just refuses to use the name that I ask.
Mhm.
She did it once, and I'm gonna try not to get emotional because
Yeah.
I we were out and about in public, and because I kind of uh gave her the business at one point, being like, look, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You are married to my dad, a man who has never once gone by his birth name. He's always had a nickname. She
Oh.
never calls him by his birth name.
Mhm.
And even her own mother never went by her first name. She was one of those people who always went by their middle name. So the concept is not unfamiliar to her that people can go by different names. That
Right.
it's like, and this is one that's always stuck out to me. If you started a new job or you were at a job and you went around and everyone's like, "Oh, this is so and so." Like, "Oh, this is let's use me for example. This is Nathan." And then I say, "Oh, yeah, no, I prefer Nat. Nat is
Yeah.
that's how I've always everyone calls me Nat. That's what I'm used to. That's what I
Yeah.
like." And
Yeah.
the person you got introduced to say, "Okay, Nathan." And then they refuse to
Totally.
call you Nat, or they only ever
Yeah.
call you the name. Like that person's just being a jerk.
Yeah, I agree with that. And like if you take it in the most benign case, it's like, hey, like I'm, like person whose name is Jeffrey and wants to go by Jeff kind of thing. Like that's extremely
Exactly.
benign and nobody has a problem with that.
But then
Or even
but
like
you
like
attach
what you're talking about how like some people the like second case is like some people go by their middle name or something or somebody who just like goes by some name that is totally random in
exactly.
comparison to their birth name or their legal
Exactly.
name.
You
Yeah.
attach the gender aspect to that and people lose their mind.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um but I mean that's my mom. And
Yeah.
we were out, like I said, this is months and months and months ago, and I basically laid all that out for her like the day before. And she had to call me for some reason, or I called her, I don't remember that now, but she said Nat. And I had to like just take a minute because it was
Yeah.
so emotional,
Yeah.
so heavy to deal with that validation.
Yeah.
And then that was the only time that she's ever done that.
Yeah.
And even to this day, it's like, oh, hey Nathan, hey Nathan, hey Nathan, hey Nathan, and it kind of just drives me nuts. And it's really funny. Whenever I do talk to her, she's like, we don't talk anymore. You don't call as much. And I'm just like, do you need me to explicitly tell you why that is?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
That's really tough to have that
yeah,
dichotomy of like one parent who has the reaction that you really like and the other one who hasn't come around in that way. And yeah, I totally get the like that one time really sticking out because it is extremely powerful validation. I think Charlotte was talking
absolutely.
about that yesterday too, where it's like just being called by your name and having your pronouns respected is like it's a base level thing, but can be extremely meaningful.
Yeah,
Um,
and very much like your conversation with Charlotte yesterday, for you being out in the way that you are, and for so long outside of work, everyone just respecting that, and not questioning that, and not just calling you anything other than your name.
yeah.
It's powerful every single time. My wife is amazing about it, and
Hmm.
anytime she uses my name, it's something that makes me happy. It
Yeah.
feels like me. It's so funny because I feel so disconnected from my birth name that when it comes up in context not directed at me, I feel so detached from it.
Uh, sorry.
No, go for it.
Mia, Mia, if you're here, thank you so much for that $200 donation. That's incredible of you. I really appreciate that. If you are not here, I will thank you later. Oh, have a great night. You're about to head out to a good thank you for asking you to be a part of this. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for the event, and also the support with that donation. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. And will definitely make a difference to folks. Thank you so much. Have a good night, and I hope that your gig goes well. I know you were talking about earlier that you didn't necessarily want to go, so thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mia's pretty great.
Yeah, I love hanging out with Mia and her streams. Um,
So, and not to harp on about negativity. I mean, my transition, the parts that matter to me have been positive, have been happy. I'm a happier person today than I was in terms of my gender identity and my gender expression 3 or 4 or 10 years ago.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
and
even when I wasn't questioning it.
right, right, totally. Yeah, I mean it's in the background. It's not something that like just isn't there until it is kind of thing. It's more like it's there and you don't know what it is. I think in a lot of cases, I guess, like the like I don't know, the like rapid onset gender dysphoria thing that's kind of used by the transphobic folks. I think like is like not real in a number of ways. Even if you think about it, like even if you think about it as like a trans person, I imagine for most folks that it's something that like when they think about it, they can go back to times in their life where they realized that there was something to do with their transness or gender identity at various periods, even if it wasn't anywhere near front of mind. So I don't. I'm sure that there's folks who haven't had that experience, and I would be interested to hear from them. But I think like pretty universally from the people that I've talked to in support groups and otherwise and like friends and stuff, it's not really something that like comes totally out of nowhere.
No, and I would agree with that. I think the reason that it wasn't the forefront, so to speak, of my mind or something that I was struggling with because of the PTSD, because of the trauma that I had never dealt with. I told
Yeah,
myself I was fine,
totally.
that it wasn't a problem, and then I never considered it again. I never dealt with it, and it just got to a point where like I if I wanted to succeed and have happiness in my life, I needed to deal with it. And it was
Totally.
only then that I felt safe enough to be vulnerable enough with myself to even question it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. Um,
Yeah. I feel like we've hit on a lot of those
yeah, we have.
questions. I don't know um, if there's any ones that you're wanting to ask
Yeah, let
or
me
that you
take a
think
look
I
at
may
them
have
in
skipped
just a
through.
second here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, at some point we should talk
Just-
about Pokemon stuff. But
Yeah, because
let's
I've got so many Pokemon stuff to
that
talk about.
sounds good. Let's see. Should we do Pokemon stuff for a little bit and then get
Yeah.
back to oh my gosh, we got another $100 donation from Sam.
Woo!
Sam, if you are here, thank you so much for donating $100. That's really amazing of you. Feel free to chime in chat if you would like. But yeah, thank you so much. And if folks, yeah, like want to do any of the incentives that I have here, $100 basically gets you any one of these. We can open a bunch of Pokemon cards, uh, or any of those type of things. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Also, like for anybody who's come in, we are doing an interview as part of Trans Awareness Week, trying to highlight trans folks both like inside and outside the Pokemon community. Um, aside from myself, and I'm like we've got Nat who uses they them pronouns on, and we're talking about gender fluidity and transness, and yeah, so that's kind of what's going on here. And I'm doing my best to keep up with chat. Feel free to chime in. But yeah, let me see if I missed anything here really quick. And yeah, Undead Prodigy, you know you weren't going to miss Trans Awareness Week even though you were MIA the past few weeks. Yeah, thanks for coming back for Trans Awareness Week, and I really appreciate that. Okay, should we do some Pokemon talk?
Yeah, absolutely.
What kind of role has Pokemon played in your life?
Well, very much like you, I got started early.
Hmm.
My first game was Pokemon Yellow,
Hmm. Nice.
and I had the lime green uh, Game Boy
Game Boy
Color.
Color. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love that
so
one.
that was my
Nice.
favorite. Definitely had other games than just the Pokemon, but Pokemon was my favorite.
We've got an ad, so
Go,
maybe
go for it. Yeah,
yeah, we've
we
got
can
like
hang out for
a
a minute.
minute and 10 seconds.
Sure.
Give the thumbs up, and I like that now. You can there's like a thing in the corner that you can see the like stream still going and stuff.
Yeah,
S-
it's interesting. Sometimes that actually works on mobile too, but
Oh, it does. And yeah, I didn't
sometimes
know
it
that.
doesn't.
Okay. That's funny. I did not know that. I guess like I haven't seen that on mobile for some reason, but it's interesting. Thanks for all the folks who have chimed in with Shiny Luck. That's one of the things I haven't been keeping up with, but Sans Sunterdale has given 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 Shiny Lucks, and we got some Shiny Luck from Embers and Undead Prodigy and Owen just now. Thank you for all the Shiny Luck. I appreciate it. Hmm. Did I finish this one? Ads are done. Okay, yeah, that looks about right for me too. Thanks for letting me know, folks who are chiming in when there's ads. I am trying to watch, but I really appreciate it, and I would like to like not for you folks not to miss anything. The main reason that I run ads is to keep the pre roll off for a period of time. So it's off for 30 minutes now, which is kind of a big deal. So folks don't get turned off by having to watch ads. So people have heard this before, but that's the only reason that I run a minute 30 of ads every hour. Otherwise, I would keep it to 30 seconds because it's 10 minutes. If I do 30 seconds, it's kind of awful. So definitely hitting it tonight. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, the goal. Oh, maybe. We'll see. We are 300, 400? No, $339 away from the goal. We'll see. I mean, the other thing that we've got is the matching donation at the end of the event. So if we get to 4096, then we've hit 8192 essentially. So that's pretty exciting. And I am blown away by the response to the event in many ways, including the donations that people have made. It's very generous of folks. Very generous. So I am very happy as well. I'm very happy as well. So yeah. Real reason is because you want 1/50th of a penny. Am I missing something here? Oh,
For
oh, oh,
rolling the
for the
ads.
ads. The ads, yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I want the 1/50th of a penny that I get as like the smallest streamer ever kind of thing. Yeah. I I'll have to look at my payout. My view count has increased, so I know the payouts have probably increased for ads, but it's cents, and I would rather not do anything with like what I'm putting all that money back into stream and everything that's like coming into stream in terms of subs is going to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute, and I would prefer that people donate directly because Twitch takes half of what you give me during this week, so it's all going to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute. But yeah, go directly. I don't want to give half of what y'all are being generous with to Twitch. Um, okay, Pokemon stuff. We were talking about
Yes.
Pokemon Yellow and your lime green Game Boy Color.
Yeah. That's where I started was Gen 1, and I think I found a copy from a friend or a brother of Pokemon Red,
Mm-hmm.
and so I played those. and then I got Pokemon Silver when it came out,
Okay.
and uh, I distinctly remember getting stuck in Goldenrod City.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I got to that point. I beat the gym, and then I didn't go to the flower shop. I didn't realize I had to get the
Got
squirt
it.
bottle from the lady, and I was like, well, I don't know what I'm doing now.
Yeah, can't move the pseudo wodo.
Yeah. Um. And that's honestly where Pokemon stopped for me.
Oh,
I
really?
missed out
Wow.
on I missed out on Gen 3, the remakes for Gen 1, and in Gen 3, I should say, didn't get any of the DS consoles, didn't play any of the DS
Wow.
games. I stayed Pokemon free until
Abstinent.
Gen Pokemon abstinent until Gen 8.
Nice. Yeah. So I guess when did you pick it up again? Is it like a year ago or 2 years ago? Gen 8 has
Uh,
been out for a while.
yeah,
But
it's been a while. I don't know exactly. Uh, it's probably close to the release of Sword and Shield. It's kind of when I started playing Pokemon again.
okay,
And
got it.
then I got Let's Go. Actually,
Oh,
I played
nice.
Let's Go Eevee, and um, that's that's actually where I started shiny hunting a lot.
Oh,
Was
nice.
in
Yeah,
was
because
in
the
Let's Go
overworld
Eevee
ones.
because
Yeah.
of the overworld ones. But I was just like everybody. I thought that the increased odds for the way the catching mechanic in that game works
Uh-huh.
um, meant that I was getting like I don't know what that comes down to. It's less than half odds.
Uh-huh.
It's like 1 in 33 or something, or I don't
Right.
even know.
Yeah, at best, yeah.
But it come to find out that's actually not. I don't know if you've heard about that thing. That's actually not how those odds work. It's specifically just the very next spawn of that
Yeah.
species. So
Yeah, I know enough, I guess, when I was looking at shiny hunting in that game or like in somebody else's stream where we were talking about it where I was like, "Oh, there's something weird here that people thought was one thing and was another."
yeah,
Sublime Spectre is chiming in that they had a problem with the water bottle thing also, so it's not just you. And I'm pretty sure I probably like ran around a bit with that, but yeah. And
I think I would have been like 10. So yeah, it probably wasn't very.
yeah. So we've got a kitten break thing, which like
Ooh.
has no effect on our conversation here, aside from now there are kittens on the screen. Thank you for redeeming kitten break x86 waffles, and this time we're doing it. So, um,
Oh. Um. Yeah. So I started with Gen 8 and Let's Go on the Switch,
mhm.
and I've always been interested in shiny hunting. A lot of people on YouTube watching their shiny videos and just having a good time with that. Um, and when it seemed more accessible to do in Let's Go, I started doing it, and I wanted to try to fill in the whole decks with shiny Pokemon.
Yeah,
And I think I'm pretty close. I think I've only
nice.
got like a handful left to do on that.
So is it
Um,
a living dex or is it a shiny dex?
Shiny decks.
Shiny dex.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'd
yeah,
love to go for the living decks,
yeah.
but that's even more work.
That's a lot of work. Yeah, totally, totally.
Um,
So what was your first shiny? That you remember, like the one that you can be sure was your first?
First shiny. Let's see. You know what? No, I know my very first
You
shiny
do.
because
Nice.
because it was when I started playing on an emulator for because I didn't have a physical copy of Silver or Gold or any of the
Uh
games.
huh.
I lost everything as I grew up. Um,
Yeah.
I was playing an emulated copy of Gold, and I was in Victory Road in Johto, and I found a random full odds shiny Onyx.
That's awesome. That's super
Yeah,
cool. That's super
I
cool.
still, and actually I've got one of those the emulators that you can get on your phone through like the
Oh,
app, and I still
nice.
have it to this day. So
Yeah. Oh, that's super cool. Make sure you
yeah,
like dump that save and stuff.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can figure that out.
Yeah,
I've not done any of the, but it's very, very neat.
that's super cool. Yeah, and I guess it's an Android phone because I think
Yeah,
iPhone's locked down for that kind of thing.
yeah. So, um, but uh, but yeah, ever since I started doing the shiny hunting in Let's Go, I've just kind of steadily been tackling things. I've got a full shiny team I beat Pokemon Sword, no, Shield with. And I'm doing that for Sword now, and um, I kind of went a little nuts when I was in a job where I could finally like have a little bit more disposable income,
Yeah,
and I've got basically all the consoles now, all the handhelds that I missed, as well as
awesome.
at least one copy of every game.
That's awesome.
Some of them have multiples.
Yeah. I
So
feel like
I'm
that's how
catching
it
up on stuff
goes.
that I missed.
It's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope.
Oh my God, it's so slippery. And we have some semi nice game stores here in where I live.
Hmm.
One that is much more reasonable on prices, but doesn't tend to have a huge inventory, and
Yeah.
then one that it has huge, and I mean huge inventory, but it's way too expensive.
Yeah. Definitely.
So
Definitely there's like a happy medium there. There's a couple of stores that I've been to that I would like to frequent more, that have found that like perfect balance,
yeah,
somehow, which is
yeah.
cool.
And then I just recently, my wife got it. It's for Christmas, so it's early, but I just got the Scarlet and Violet OLED.
Oh, nice.
So
Yeah. I mean,
I've
if you hadn't played on the OLED before, the OLED screen is amazing. I love
oh,
it.
it looks it looks so much better,
Yeah,
as
it's
well as
so good.
being the bigger size is just so nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am looking forward to seeing Scarlet and Violet on there. I'm really hoping that it looks nice.
Yeah. I am really excited about that too. Yeah, I guess I'll be playing it like the initial part of it. I'm going to be playing on the stream here as it comes out at midnight, so
Yeah,
I'll be experiencing the OLED portion of it later, but yeah, I'm super excited for that. The Switches are so like I think in general it's been a while since it's felt like a Nintendo console has like caught up to current technology, and like incorporating an OLED screen is like, they've been in phones for so long, and Nintendo obviously tries to keep their consoles relatively affordable, that it's like it takes a while to catch up to that. But it definitely feels like a step that is closer than they've previously done in terms of like getting to the state of the art, which has been cool. So
yeah. Speaking of that, do you think that we're just gonna have like a Switch in perpetuity, or do you think that they're gonna uh,
this is a good question. It's a
like
good question.
switch into a new console that's obviously handheld, but
Yeah,
uh,
I
like
like.
we're gonna get like the Switch 2 or something?
So what I see is that the Wii U, I think, was their attempt at doing the Switch, and so I think
Uh-huh.
that this is an idea that they've had for quite a while. Um, I'm not sure how to say your name, but thank you for the follow and feel free to chime in. Oh, good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. Good game. 8. Thank you so much for the follow. Um, I think that they like with the success of the Switch. I think that like pretty much everyone that I've talked to agrees that the Switch is like just they kind of nailed it in at least a few different ways. I mean, people can complain about the Joy Cons being garbage, and at some point I should like have the patents, the pictures of the patents, or the video where the person goes over how they figured out that it's like on the joystick there's like a small bracket underneath the joystick that if you press the stick in too hard, for example, like manually, or like if you have it in a bag and in a case that's not hard, then like if you have something pressing on that joystick, you're going to bend that bracket, and then the like contacts that read the
The
uh
inputs.
yeah, the inputs for the joystick are not consistent, and you end up with drift. So if you get new Joy Cons or get them repaired, and I don't think that they've implemented a fix yet, all you have to do in general to avoid the drift from happening is just be very careful about like how much it gets pressed on. And you should be okay
Yeah.
generally. There is like a fix, and people put a shim basically underneath to keep that bracket from being able to be pushed down.
Uh-huh.
I'll have to pull that up at some point, but anyway.
It's
But
definitely
yeah,
interesting.
yeah. Back to the question of like, I think that they're gonna stick with the Switch model, just like the incredible seamlessness that you've got between going from handheld to console that's connected to the TV is just incredible. I
And
think,
and not
yeah,
having a hinge.
and
I
not having
think
a
that
hinge.
the
Yeah,
big
I
part
think
of the Switch's success is no hinges.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the unfortunate thing is the library being stuck because it's like every game on the DS and 3DS uses two screens at least in some way. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
um Val, you'll be leaving for a D&D game but staying here lurking. Amazing interview. Have a great rest of stream. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate the compliment for the interview. It's been great, and I really appreciate Nat taking the time to come on here. Um, and Sublime Spectre, it's such a great design. It feels pretty good in the hands, even with your larger hands. I definitely like the ergonomics of it aren't great. Like if you like, I don't know if it's like made for like some weird size in between mine and like a kid's, but definitely like having a little bit more on the Joy Cons helps. I have like some grips for when I'm doing it in handheld mode, and that helps a lot with like my like comfort in my hands and stuff. So I definitely don't like it feels good in your hands. I think that like the specific ergonomics of how you're holding the Joy-Cons can be a thing, but yeah, this kitten is incredibly cute just sleeping there.
Oh my God, that cat's amazing. My wife and I have cats. We love
Oh
cats,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
yeah. I've got two cats.
Yeah.
So
Do some shiny hunting. Thank you for redeeming Kitten Break if you're still here, Waffles, and didn't redeem and leave. Do you miss the dual
but
screen your childhood? Names cat,
oh yeah.
names Nat. Yeah.
uh
Definitely, yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say with I think we've covered a lot of those questions for
Yeah.
Pokemon, but we haven't talked about my favorite Pokemon. My favorite Pokemon
Yeah.
is Eevee.
Your favorite Pokemon's Eevee. Nice.
Yes.
Why is
I
that?
you know what? I don't think there's probably a way I could show you or chat. I've got a half sleeve of Eevees on
Oh,
my arm.
nice. If you send it on Discord, uh, a
Just
picture.
in that
Yeah,
trans
in
awareness
our
Discord.
messages, I'll just download it and I can put it on the screen if you're okay with it.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely
Yeah,
okay with it. But um I have Eevee and all the evolutions, and Eevee is normal palette, and the evolutions are the shiny palette.
that's awesome. That sounds
Yeah.
really cool. Yeah, if you want to get a picture and send it in the message, I won't show the message. I'll just download the picture
Well,
from there. Yeah,
that's okay. I know what you mean. Here,
yeah.
let me do this one
How do you
and
join the
this
Discord?
one.
So the Discord is for the event specifically. I haven't been giving it out to people, just because I don't want to deal with moderating
Moderating.
two different places. Having it free, so it's generally been for streamers and interviewees for the event.
So you'll
It's
see
not.
when you look at it, I've
Oh,
got
cool.
some coloring
Oh,
issues
nice.
that need to be fixed. Um,
It
because
showed
like
up
my
for a
skin didn't keep
second. Oh, oh,
the
oh,
ink.
oh. Okay. You put it in the
Oh, did I put it
Discord.
in the wrong spot? Oh my
It's okay.
goodness.
No, it's fine. You can delete
I'm
it in
so
a
sorry.
second if you'd like. I don't
Yeah,
mind.
go
It's
for
just
it.
like when in the. I think you would have to delete it probably, but
I'll
maybe I
delete it.
can.
That's fine. I
Okay,
just thought I put it in the other one.
that's fine. Okay, you can go ahead. I grabbed them.
Okay.
Um,
But yeah, no, that's my favorite.
yeah, totally. Let's see. Let me just. I'll hide the window capture here and put these on the screen.
Yeah.
Yep, big picture.
Yeah. So I need. Ooh. Yeah. Big picture. Big. Um. I need to get the coloring redone. It's like you'll see on Jolteon. It's not quite the green that it needs to be.
Oh, for the shiny.
Yeah. But yeah, there's kind of hard
Yeah.
to see all of them.
I'm definitely interested in tattoos more, way more than I used to be, but I don't have any plans and I don't really have any ideas yet. So it's cool to see other people's
Um.
stuff.
Yeah. The idea behind this one, aside from just liking Pokemon and liking shiny hunting, is I have a daughter whose full name is Evangeline,
Hmm.
my oldest, and we've always called her Evie.
Oh,
So,
wow.
I
I like that a lot. Did that have anything to do with like the association in your head even with Pokemon, or was it just like
uh
just separate?
you know what? No, it was just an easy way
Yeah.
because when she was a small child, she couldn't say her name. She couldn't say her full name.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
we just always shortened it to Evie.
I like that. Yeah, that's cool. Also, the tattoo's
Oh,
incredible. That's really
oh,
awesome.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, really good.
it's got some work to still do on it,
Well, that's
but
yeah,
I'm
still
happy.
quite amazing. Nice.
Yeah. So didn't mean to make it a tattoo stream, but
No, it's very
just
Pokemon
thought I'd
related.
share.
Very Pokemon related, so that's super cool. So Eevee's your
Thank you.
favorite Pokemon.
Yeah, Eevee's my
Do you have any
favorite. My
shiny Eevees?
um well, I'm currently shiny hunting Eevee for Trans Awareness
Oh,
Week.
you are. Nice.
Yeah, 4 times shiny hunting Eevee in Fire Red Leaf Green,
Super
four
cool.
times hunting it in um Heart Gold Silver, and then I did start up an Eevee hunt in Sword and Shield, but it's hard. You don't really get a lot of encounters for that
Yeah.
because it's in the grass.
Mhm.
And it's one of those that doesn't seem to spawn in
Yeah.
high spawn percentages, I should say.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Some of those like low percentage spawns are really difficult. It's sometimes better to like just if you want your target, you gotta hunt it in a way that guarantees like high encounter rates at the very
yeah,
least.
and I mean obviously you could egg hunt it as well. That's true. But I've got the
Yeah,
mark charm on the file, so I figured I'd try to get a marked shiny Eevee.
that's awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got a bunch of compliments in chat on your tattoos,
Oh,
so yeah,
everyone's very kind.
yeah.
Thank you. Um, oh, and then I'm hesitant to do egg hunting as well because my Grookey egg hunt is at like 1200. And my God, that takes forever.
Yeah, yeah, definitely eggs are they're a thing, and it's way less exciting I feel than the random encounter stuff. But definitely, I mean, we're doing an egg hunt for this week, but it's
I'm
definitely in
excited
a
for that
different way.
Togepi hunt.
Yeah,
I've always wanted to see that, and I just couldn't commit myself to doing it.
yeah, we'll see. The other hunt that like Moira, who I don't know if is in chat today. I haven't seen her yet, but she's doing the primo eggs, and I think
Oh,
like when she ended
God.
stream yesterday was at like 40 after hunting it over the course of like a few, like, at least I don't know if she was doing that one on except on stream, but I don't
You
know.
know, the worst part about that as well is that you can't do anything to change those odds.
Totally. Yeah.
I
100%.
don't care if someone wants to do full odds or Masuda method or any of the
Yeah.
method huntings. Those are fine. Shinies are shinies and they
Yeah.
belong to the people who hunt them.
Mhm.
But those primo eggs are killer.
Yeah. Yeah. Having the starters only be huntable through hatching was a nightmare. Yeah, totally.
I
Definitely the
agree.
soft resets on the Switch though were not fun. I have not like I've done some soft resetting, but not like more like just to restart the game. And just like noticing how long that takes is definitely like
Yeah.
and BDSP too, same thing.
Well, you know what's really interesting is I mentioned I got that new Switch as well.
Yeah.
I have the same um, Nintendo account linked to my user profile,
Mm-hmm.
and on my OLED, it every time I launch uh, a game, it has this little dialogue that pops up that says checking to see if game can be played. And because you can't play the same software on multiple switches at the same time,
Oh, right. Right.
because and you have to like designate in your Nintendo account which is your primary device, and then that
Yeah.
one won't check to see if you can play software.
Got it. That makes
It's
sense.
crazy,
Yeah, that is very frustrating
which has
for
made my
soft
double
resetting.
hunting for my double hunting for Registeel has just been a nightmare.
Yeah, totally. Totally.
But that's my favorite Pokemon. I like Eevee. Um,
Awesome.
in that line, my favorite shiny of the evolutions has probably got to be Sylveon because
Yeah.
it just looks fantastic.
Yeah, I really like Sylveon. That's what you said, right? Sylveon?
Yeah,
Okay,
Sylveon.
just checking.
Yeah, and I'm the obligatory trans pride from Sylveon. So
Yeah, exactly. Let me pull up the sprites for Sylveon here. We can also look at the EV ones. Where's my
you
Firefox here?
absolutely don't need to spoil yourself on that if you haven't seen it. I
No,
mean, I guess you saw
I've
it on my
seen it.
arm.
Yeah, I have it set up
So
at the bottom of the screen, but yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm okay. Where's the window capture? Should show up in a second. There we go. Not sure. I really like these Gen 8 sprites here. I like most of them are super good, even though they're like just in the
mhm.
box kind of thing. But yeah. What was the first game with Sylveon? It was Gen 6? Gen
I think it was
6.
X and Y.
X and Y. Yeah,
So
nice.
yeah, you're right, 6.
Yeah. Flower Crown? What is it? From Go. Interesting. I guess that must
I
have been
think I
some
have
kind of
one of
community
those.
day. Oh, nice.
Yeah, my wife and I still play Go a lot.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, definitely when it's a couple person thing, I think that I would probably play Go more if I had somebody specific that I was playing with.
And I definitely get the FOMO of not getting something, so it's kind of
Yeah.
maybe a negative side to that.
Yeah, totally. Totally. I was gonna pull up Eevee and ask what your favorite sprite was. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Neither was that. Firefox. Yeah, Eevee's been around since Gen 1. Definitely the Gen 1 sprite is quite interesting. Haven't
Yeah,
seen that in a long time. It looks
you
kind
know,
of
I
like uh Espeon a bit in this picture.
it does.
Yeah.
And I've always been a big fan of the colorized palettes that you see in Generation 1 based on like whether you have red or blue. And
Oh,
how, I mean, obviously it's not quite the
right.
same as like having the shiny, but
Yeah.
it in a very simplistic way, it was like almost like experiencing the Pokemon that you liked in one game in a new way because it was colored differently.
Yeah, totally. Also, I didn't realize that the sprites were different between yellow and red blue for Eevee. I guess they must be for most Pokemon, or maybe that's not true. I don't know. I haven't looked back at these sprites in a while, but the back sprites are identical.
Yeah, the back sprites in Gen 2 have always kind of been a little laughable to me for some reason. Just
Yeah, they
sometimes you
just
look
show a
at it and
little
you're like,
too
what?
much.
What is this?
Yeah.
Um, specifically, I'm trying to think if it was Gen 1 or Gen 2, but I want to say Weedle, not
Oh,
Weedle,
Weedle.
Kakuna. Kakuna in Gen 1 and 2. The back sprite was always kind of just a little bit like, what is this thing? Because it doesn't look anything like.
Is it this one or the this one?
And I think it was the back sprite for Gen 1 or 2.
Okay.
It was always just weird to me.
Yeah. Yeah, if you didn't see the Pokemon sent out or the name, it would be a good question as to what it
Yes. Oh,
was.
and then the I guess the normal sprite. The thing with the arms. I didn't realize Kakuna had arms.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember this very distinctly
Yeah.
from Gen
I
1. But
I of course watched the anime, and
yeah.
in the first couple episodes when Ash comes across all the Weedle and the Beedrill and all that, I don't remember seeing
I mean, none of the
arms.
other sprites aside from Gen 1 have arms here.
Yeah, right. It's weird, right?
Like not even the animated in Gen 5 like shows nothing. It's just like waving back and forth.
So,
It's fascinating.
anyways,
Yeah, give Kakuna arms, Benito says. And Charlotte, you're pretty sure Sylveon was released right around the time you came out as trans, so that was a fun coincidence. So that is super cool. That's super
that's
cool.
awesome.
Uh, what else do we got in chat here? Goggles, you hit 1K for Platinum Masudo Riolu. Not even at odds, but you pray your egg hell's over soon. I hope it is as well. Well, it sucks. It's a lot of eggs for Masuda, but it is like just double odds. Just at double odds. And Charlotte, you're doing soft resets on the Switch, and yeah, it's a bit rough. Totally. Yeah. And Sky, you love Sylveon Shiny. Agreed. Only downside is the Gen 8 sprites aren't shiny. For Eevee? Or. For Gen 4, the Masudi odds are 1 in 1600. Okay. So you're getting closer to odds. Which one do you mean? Oh, wait. Is there no shiny Eevee in BDSP? Why is there no shiny sprite next to this? Kind of like the Gen
That's
1 Eevee
weird.
sprite. I agree. Yeah, I don't. Somebody want to chime in on this? Let's question. That's a weird question. Maybe this is just no. Maybe you could elaborate on what you meant, Benito, if you have a second. Um, nice. Yeah, some Gen 1 sprites are definitely interesting. This like Espeon is it just really reminds me of Espeon for some reason, which is cool. Um, okay. Anything
Um,
else on the Pokemon side of things?
yeah, I was looking at these questions again, and um, favorite or least favorite hunts. I don't know that I've had any least favorite hunts,
Mm.
but earlier last month I played through Pokemon Ranger for the first time, and I got the Manaphy egg, and it is sitting in my copy of
Mm-hmm.
um, Diamond, I think. So, and then I found another copy of Ranger that was already completed that didn't have the egg transferred, so I did the quest on that. And now I have two Manaphy eggs waiting so I can hunt. But
Nice.
I don't know when when I'm gonna find the endurance to try that.
Yeah, definitely a rough hunt from what I've heard from folks. So good that you have it ready for when you decide that you're ready, though.
Yeah, and I definitely need to look into doing any of the home brews on the various handhelds that I have
Yeah.
because I think that if you can, because that's the whole thing with those was that you weren't supposed to be able to get more than one egg, even if you reset a new file. But I think if you like can get into like I don't know how to describe it, but I'm pretty sure that if you have homebrew on your DS that you can uh, reset the entirety of that file and um, not have that lock be there anymore, so to speak.
I guess what you just like dumping the save and then resetting the file. Is that what you mean? Like dumping the save off the
Yeah,
card? Okay.
something
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that because
Yeah.
it did. I don't know if you played Let's Go at all, but like you could buy
No.
the Pokeball accessory that came with the
Oh yeah. Yeah.
pre
Yeah. Yeah.
Mew.
I got it. Yep. Yeah.
Um, and it's very much like it's the hardware itself knows
Right.
if it's given up the Mew, I have
Mm-hmm.
to imagine that you can get into that software for the Pokeball and like reset it.
Totally.
So so
Yeah.
I have to imagine you can do that for the Ranger cartridges as well, but I'm not sure.
I would guess that you can. That was probably a lot easier than the Pokeball. I was actually looking for those like Let's Go Pokeballs to be able to use them for my controller mod because really I don't need any more buttons than what's on there, especially for the Togepi hunt. It would be really handy, but nobody's written a driver for it to connect to the PC, unfortunately. And Starry Goggles says you can definitely reset the flag for the single Manaphy eggs, so I think you're good there. Time to hack a
Yeah.
Mew. Why are we hacking a Mew? Oh, hack a Mew into your Pokeball. Got it. Yeah.
So, I mean, I have that Mew. It's not a big deal,
Not a
but
big deal. Yeah, you can't
it's
shiny hunt it,
definitely
right? Or
interesting.
can you?
No, no,
Yeah.
it's static or set already.
Um. So, like on trans questions, I guess. What do you think about some of the stuff that's left? Is there anything that you feel like we're missing here? I'm not like
I'm
also like I'm not trying like that's that feels like maybe I'm trying to like rush you off or something. I also want to ask the question of like, are you feeling like you're still up for being on, and how are you feeling about
Yeah,
this?
no,
Okay, you're
it's
good.
honestly it's been a lot of fun,
Okay,
and
that's good.
any amount of time that you want to go for is
Yeah.
perfect for me.
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
sounds good. I'm gonna be on for a while and a bit, or yeah, I'm gonna be on for a while still, so I'm not
I mean,
worried about it.
if people
Yeah.
aren't if people and you aren't tired
Yeah.
of listening to me, then absolutely, I'd love to stay.
Sounds good. Um.
But going through this list, let me take a look. Hmm. You know, one thing that we didn't quite cover, and it's right near the beginning, is the what trans or being trans means to me, and obviously, I'm still grappling with that
Yeah.
gender identity.
Mhm.
Um, but to me, it's about just being my genuine self and feeling the freedom and the acceptance.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. It is a very simple way to say it, and I think that like there's probably some interesting answers, but I think we've had like me, Charlotte, and you kind of echo the exact same sentiment there. So it's definitely like a at a basic level a similar feeling when it comes to that.
Yeah, and you know that actually, you brought up yesterday, and just in general, this feeling of I don't want to call it being overwhelmed, but just feeling emotional about everything that's going on this week with the work you've put in and the outstanding uh, not feedback, but outpouring of love and support so far. It's very emotional,
Yeah.
and it's definitely so amazing to see. And taking that same kind of emotion and having things that go that bring out that sort of feeling in terms of transitioning. Just that first time you, or I shouldn't say you, but the first time that I was able to look in the mirror and I had my hair done and I had my makeup on and I was wearing a dress, or it wasn't a dress, but like a top. It
Mm-hmm.
was a dress. I'm just so tall myself that it was basically just a top.
Uh,
Uh, it just it's hard not to just feel good and
yeah.
emotional and just happy.
Yeah.
Uh, and it very much in the same fashion, the first time that I shaved my legs was the same kind of result. Just sitting there feeling happy with myself.
Yeah. Definitely like the obvious thing is like different people have different relationships to shaving their legs, but definitely like things like that. It is like extremely um it's like I think the way that I guess I would describe it is like I didn't really realize that like people just like sometimes felt good about how they looked kind of thing.
Yeah,
I thought that that was like not something that was like it's maybe not a universal experience, but it's like common enough. I feel, and like in like a healthy way. Um, I feel like most people either should or do experience this over some part of their life, but like definitely when it comes to the gender side of it, it's like having that be the thing that's getting in the way is like a huge deal, and that is part of the reason that it can, I think, feel so emotional, especially when it's like you're discovering these things later in life.
yeah.
But yeah,
Well, and very much what Starry Goggles says, it's not easy to do, and it's absolutely not something that I maintain all the time. But it's almost like needing that kind of pick me up, so to speak, or that feeling of validation. That,
yeah,
or you know what, or if I want to wear a skirt. So
yeah, totally, totally,
there's nothing inherently like it's one of those things where like it's almost I don't want to call it misogynistic to need to shave your legs or this idea
yeah,
that like you're not feminine if you have hair on your legs or
yeah,
anywhere on your body,
yeah.
but it is to me it's a bit of a way I can enjoy and feel good about my femininity.
Yeah, for sure. Like one of the experiences that I had, I don't know if I've talked about this on stream before, but I've mentioned it in plenty of spaces, I guess, which is like in high school, I swam on the swim team, and like there's plenty of things to talk about there at some other point, but like uh at the end of the season, we would like shave our entire body because it was like both like a an interesting like hair causing drag kind of thing. If you're talking from a hydrodynamic or aerodynamic perspective, like smooth skin being like a benefit from that perspective, but also just like the sensation that you get in the water is very different, and can help like just like have an entirely different experience after being in such like a routine of swimming for so long. It just kind of like jump starts some of the benefit you can get from like end of season races and things. But like the first, like I just remember the joy that I felt shaving my legs and like other parts of my body like arms and things, and just like being like I didn't really understand it at the time or think much of it, but definitely like it wasn't even like a, I wouldn't say it was even like a gender thing. It's just like a preference in a way that I don't really feel like it, like I feel more feminine if I'm doing it in some way, which is like maybe counterintuitive to some folks who like feel like the like shaved legs and things are like inherently feminine, and like look at the opposite of that, like letting hair grow out if you identify like as, or people see you as a woman, that being kind of a like they see you as less of a woman kind of thing. Like I don't really think about it that way at all. It's just like for me, it's just like can be a preference, and I don't do it all the time and stuff. But like from time to time, it's like it can feel a lot better.
It's just it's well, whether it's a gender, a part of a gender identity or not, it's something that helps you feel more comfortable in your own skin.
Exactly, exactly, totally. Yeah, Kira, thank you so much for that donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I know that was your you were talking about the reward from Kara. So be sure to reach out to her about getting your nice art. And I assume I should reduce that we haven't had enough redemptions that it's really a thing right now, but she only wants to do 10. So if people haven't seen this, like, by the way, while we're uh oh, I think I can just pull it up in my sheet here. Oops, not that one. But Kara um has done this pretty. This isn't doing it justice. Let me pull it up on Tiltify. This takes a minute, but should be able to get it here.
Definitely worth it. That artwork is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, there we go. Here we go. This is good. Let me pull it up on Firefox. Oh, that's the kittens. Here's Firefox. Yeah, this is like absolutely incredible art by Kara. And if anybody wants to have a Pokemon team done by Kara, it's a significant donation. But I've like regardless, just like seeing this, I'm just like, wow, you know, it's pretty cool. Um, anyway, also hello, Salvin there, Sploosh. I think I don't know if I've been doing bad with shout outs at all. We probably should have shouted out Mia when she was here. Kira, can you shout out Salvin for us? Salvin is another shiny hunter streamer who does a lot of Gen 3 shiny hunting and has been a great supporter of the stream and getting us to this place where this event has become what it is. I definitely credit him with a lot of help, that consistent help early on from like him and his cohort, including Kira, his partner, and who's a mod here and supportive in many other ways, and then also Jesse and Edward and I don't know Nglav's actual name, but Glav as well. So maybe Kira's busy, so I'll just do it. There we go. Shout out to Selvin. Please go follow Selvin. He's a big part of like consistent support that helped us get here and early support as well. So um still got 15 minutes before the ad, so I think we're good. Where were we leaving off? We were talking about shaving legs and stuff.
Hmm.
Uh where did
Other
that
things,
Yeah.
other things to do besides HRT for
Oh,
transition.
right. Yeah, for sure. So in terms of stuff you've done, it's basically like HRT is the main medical thing that you've done
Yeah,
so far.
anything that's done major physical. Well, I don't call it major physical, but physical change.
Yeah, totally, totally. And some people like I don't really personally know of anyone, but I there might be somebody in chat who by choice is not um on HRT. And like there's multiple reasons that you might choose not to, one being like social pressure, or you're not ready, or you don't have access to it either, from like not having access to it because you don't have a doctor that'll prescribe it, you're in an area, or it's just too expensive and you can't afford it. All of those are very unfortunate. I haven't really met anyone who identifies as binary trans who by choice does not not going on HRT. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that they
It
exist. It's just like personally haven't had experience with talking to anyone in that category.
yeah, it took me a while to decide that it's what I wanted to do.
And
Um,
what
and
what kind of aspects were important in that decision? What was keeping you, like, what were you considering in it?
well, like I mentioned, I have a 6-month-old daughter, and I knew that I wanted to have another child, and obviously that uh
Yeah,
can complicate things.
yeah,
Um, but but when my wife was far enough along in her pregnancy to feel safe about everything, it's when I first made that appointment. But for
Yeah.
me, coming out to my parents was important before I really did anything. And I don't think we've talked about how my mom feels about me, but I don't think she thinks that I'm gonna do anything irreversible, so to speak.
Uh-huh.
uh, but it's just it's my own business, so to speak. So I don't really talk about it with a whole lot of people. And like I mentioned, it hasn't been as effective as I'd like. I am
Yeah.
seeing some changes and some differences, but not 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 quite what I want
Yeah, you're
from
just
it.
not happy with it yet. But yeah.
hmm But
Yeah.
I know like we've talked about, it's a process and it takes a while,
Yeah.
and I'm okay with.
Yeah. Once you have your levels in place, it's both fast and slow, and you'll. I don't know if you relate to that yet, but it's like that. I feel like is an experience that I've heard echoed. It's very confusing to say, but
Yeah, and
yeah,
I have to wonder if I'm starting to experience some of that because I have had some physical changes that like are are too hard to deny and to tell myself, no, you're just imagining that this is
yeah,
different.
mm-hmm.
Um, and so obviously my body is changing. Does that mean that it's working better? I couldn't say, but it's definitely enough to have me, look at myself and say, this is part of how I'm changing to be on the outside who I know I'm inside.
Right, yeah,
And
totally,
that's a big part of what I would like. And it's interesting that to me that the idea of um, facial feminization surgery or anything like that at the start of taking HRT or being on HRT just didn't seem like, oh, that's not, I'm not going to go that far with it. Like, but even in like the last few months and noticing changes with my body and feeling more comfortable with it and feeling the happiness that I get from seeing m- myself be closer to who I want to look like, so to speak, makes me wonder if that's something that I might want to experience or look into more seriously down the road.
yeah, yeah, totally, definitely. Like for me, I have been um worried about my dysphoria um getting in the way of making rational decisions. So I've been like of the can of like mind the where it's like I'm gonna wait 2 years and see what HRT has done for me, and then decide what to do. Because
Absolutely.
eventually you kind of like for me, I like you. I think most people will like hit a wall when it comes to their fundamental bone structure of their face kind of thing if we're talking about facial feminization surgery.
hmm
um, Definitely like your face changes, like muscles, some muscles atrophy, some muscles strengthen, like fat kind of moves around on your face. It's fascinating, honestly. um, but yeah, like I there are definitely times where it's like, is this going to get to the place that I'm going to be happy with kind of thing. So K-Dan, welcome in, and
Absolutely.
you're about ready to call it a night, but thank you for the stream. Always is fun to drop by and hang for a while. As for the guest, Nat, thank you for sharing your truth. You're happy to hear you're working towards the version of you that is desired. That said, I hope you all have a good night slash day. Shade shall see y'all soon. Thank you so much, Shade. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Um, yeah, it can be rough though. I know for some folks HRT doesn't work as well as they'd like it to. Like even at the like when their levels are correct, sometimes it just doesn't work for folks as well as it works for other people, and so like the surgeries in order to deal with dysphoria come sooner, and because it's just like not um, really doing the best for them.
Yeah,
So
it's definitely good when people have access.
yeah,
But if that's not something that is on the table for, and it isn't for a lot of people,
yeah,
um,
100%.
they're stuck with potentially only HRT or just nothing in general,
Yeah,
just doing their best to be themselves without the benefits that come with anything medically that can help you feel better and get rid of some of that dysphoria.
totally.
Um, and I don't know if it's something that you're cool with. I mean, I don't, to talking about, we talked about this HRT and everything like that. And most people have to go to an endocrinologist or have to go speak to a doctor. It's not something you can just decide you want to start and get that medication without the assistance of a professional.
Hmm.
Um, I had a really good experience, thankfully, with someone who was not judgmental, who was not um, uh, negative, wasn't anything that you would consider, you know, just hard to deal with. And even then, it was hard for me to advocate for myself, explaining what I would like to see in terms of transition.
Yeah,
I started off from a place where I was like, well, I just want like really minor
yeah,
feminizations, maybe just getting my toes wet, so to speak.
yeah,
When in reality, that's not what I felt like. I wasn't going to go full bore and expect to wake up tomorrow being a woman.
yeah,
But I definitely uh, I definitely wanted to start off in a faster track, so to speak.
yeah,
And I I don't think it would have changed in terms of like the medication or the results that I would have seen by now if I had been able to be more truthful with my doctor. But it's interesting, and I thought it was worth noting,
yeah,
especially for anybody who's currently going through this or struggling with it, that it's okay to feel like you. Uh, I don't even call it like I wasn't embarrassed. It was just hard to say
it's
yes. This is who I want to be. This is who I am. This is what I want to look like.
yeah. I mean, I think part of it is like I is that it's probably both like it can be rare for folks to find a doctor that is supportive in general, but probably or like supportive enough that like you feel comfortable talking to them about that in that way, but also like finding a doctor who's trans might make it even easier for them to like understand and help like tease those things out a little bit. And it definitely has felt like explaining the experience that I'm having to certain doctors or even like therapists and stuff. I had to switch therapists, and I have a therapist now who's trans and like fully understands these things, which has been extremely helpful. But like explaining your dysphoria to somebody who has not experienced the like I feel like everyone one point is I feel like everyone can relate to dysphoria because you experience it pretty much like as a cis person, and we can talk
Well,
about that at some point. But it's like,
society
yeah,
society
society,
definitely puts those roles or those. You see those not Time magazine, People magazine,
yeah,
sexiest man or sexiest woman
yeah,
alive,
yeah,
and it's like these
exactly,
people, even in those photo shoots, don't look like that.
yeah, totally, totally. I mean, that's like for folks who like haven't or think they haven't experienced gender dysphoria. It's just like if you see someone of the gender you identify as, and you're kind of like, like feeling inadequate when it comes to your gender in relation to them, that is gender dysphoria.
Well, and that brings up a whole other side of that conversation about gender affirming care. Um, I obviously don't want to get into super heavy situations right now, but um, it's not just for trans people. It's There are lots of treatments out there that would fall under the blanket of gender affirming care that a lot of cisgendered people have access to. Now,
Yeah,
mind you, some of it's cosmetic and some of it is
yeah,
obviously not always going to be covered by insurances for them.
yeah,
So you get into an issue of, well, why should we insurance cover it for someone who's trans versus that? It's a whole bag of, I don't, not qualified to talk about it,
totally.
um, but it very much it's that situation where it's gender affirming care that cis people have had access to it and can just walk in and be have it be elective, so to speak. And then the same kind of um, care and consideration isn't given just because somebody is trans or because it has to do with altering the gender that they were assigned at birth, so to speak.
Exactly. Exactly. We've got an ad right now. I
Absolutely.
would like to pick up this part of the conversation for sure because I don't think we're finished with it. But I think I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom while the ad's on. If you want to do the
Absolutely. Get
same,
some water too.
yeah. If you want to do the same, feel free. I'm gonna mute you while I'm
I'll
gone,
I'll mute
just
myself
for you.
too. So
Okay. Yeah. Um, Harvey, thank you so much for the $100 donation. If you are here in chat, feel free to chime in. Um, Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the support has been like $100 is no joke, and I appreciate every one of the dollar donations to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute. I have been, yeah, people have been incredibly generous, and I really appreciate that. Thanks, Quill. And I saw your comment. I was just trying to fit it in somewhere. Thanks for that. We'll talk about that in a second. Um, yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much, everybody, for being here. I hope people are enjoying the interview portion of this. It's definitely been very interesting to do these interviews, and I'm definitely like I'm enjoying this and looking forward to more of them. So
And talking with you.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah. This has definitely like in general been going. I wasn't sure what to I expected it to go well in general with folks, but I've been like pleasantly surprised even beyond that, which has been really cool. So yeah, these interviews have definitely been fun so far. Quill, you said what you use as an example. I guess for dysphoria, you mean is wearing wet socks that you can't take off. You can do some things like using a fan or a towel to dry them a bit, but they'll always be at least a little damp. I think that that's a pretty good like analogy for sure.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Because personally, it's always been one of those situations for me where it's worth it to try to understand somebody else. But it's also with the knowledge that you haven't lived their life and
Mm-hmm.
they're always gonna to know what it's like better than you can.
Yeah.
And the opposite of that is true. Nobody else can tell you who you are and what your experiences is because they're not you.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. 100%.
It's
Yeah.
just like you know, you brought up needles earlier. It's just like getting like a shot. If you had to get a shot for like a vaccine, right? For your like your yearly visits or whatever, your checkups. uh, It hurts when you get the shot, but you can't describe that hurt to somebody else. Even if you pinch them, like
Yeah.
they're not going to know what it's like
Totally.
for
Yeah, that
you
makes a
to
lot of sense.
experience it.
Yeah. 100%.
But it doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to explain it, and it doesn't mean that other people shouldn't try to understand you.
Yeah, everyone deserves like these things are very serious like they're very serious matters. They affect like every aspect of people's lives and it's like super important and it can be very hard to advocate for yourself when it comes to these things and it can be hard to try and it can be hard to try again after you've like worked up the courage and maybe it didn't go well or it didn't go as well as you needed. So it's definitely a process and I understand that uh, it can take a lot to even try in the first place. But if you're able to try enough times, it will eventually you'll eventually find something that helps when it comes to these things. I guess I'm thinking more about the like it applies to everything, but I'm thinking more about explaining these things to a doctor or mental health professional kind of thing. If you try once, like it may not go well, but there you will eventually get to a place where you can get help for that stuff, assuming that you have access to it in the first place. But yeah.
It definitely, and I think you touched on it before, where I mean, it's hard to advocate for yourself, but there's nothing wrong with seeking out another professional to help you. if you're not clicking with a therapist, or
Yeah.
if you're not having a good experience with an endocrinologist or what have you. Now, obviously, you run into an issue of maybe you only have the option of one
Yeah.
person. That's very
Totally.
difficult. Um, but if it's a possibility to go see somebody else who provides the same service, there's nothing wrong, and you're not a bad person, or hopefully no professional physician is going to be annoyed that you stop going to see them. You know what I mean? They have
Yeah.
to deal with
Totally.
that. That's their own baggage. Like, that's not on you.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to say, oh well, I've already put in the effort to get started seeing this endocrinologist, and I don't want it to affect my access to the medication I need for my transition.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna. It's easier to stay here and deal with
Yeah.
the someone who doesn't understand me.
Totally. Totally. I
It's
mean, the
hard.
other thing, like along these lines, is like I'm sure that I'm trying to think of the time that I've experienced this, but I've experienced things similar where it's like feeling like you're the problem when it comes to like the therapist. It's like therapy just doesn't seem to be working for me, kind of thing, or like it's kind of like my fault that this isn't working. When in reality, like it may be that your therapist just doesn't you don't click with them, or they're like not understanding your issues in a way, and like getting to a place where you've like found another professional, it can immediately make a huge difference in how much that it helps you, for example with therapy. So definitely like trying to stay out of that mind trap of like this just doesn't work for me kind of thing, and try and like when you have the bandwidth like mentally or otherwise to engage in it, trying to find a place and a professional that can help you in a more thorough way that works for you.
Well, and that's a definitely a hurdle where you have to have the effort or the ability to put in the effort.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to even just start that sometimes when you
Yeah.
don't, when
Yeah.
you're not having a good
Yeah.
experience, you're not getting the benefit of say therapy, that you now no longer have the ability to motivate yourself to
Yeah.
look elsewhere.
Yeah. The best time to look for a therapist is when you don't need a therapist or like any kind of health professional. But like
Yeah,
regard like
it's
if it's a broken like a broken leg or any other like you need a medical checkup or something, like at the very least it's going to be inconvenient to try and find a doctor, and at the very most it's going to be like you can't do it because of the health problem that you have, kind of thing. So
exactly.
yeah. Yeah, I feel like we're touching on this a bit, but like the like almost explicitly, but the like what kind of advice you would have for other folks that's experience based about like these kind of like gender identity issues and exploration and like the struggles that you've had, kind of thing.
Um, I mean, I definitely wanna to share something that hopefully would be helpful, but it's definitely hard for me to feel like I'm not gonna sound cliche. But
Fine.
just you know, really just celebrate your successes. Uh, eh, in any which way you want, because it feels like there's a lot of I don't want to call it losses, but it feels like there's a lot of negativity, a lot of inner negativity and outward negativity that I feel like I get in my experience as a person who's transitioning. And it's really disheartening to feel like no change is being made, I'm winning, so to speak. And so taking the time to celebrate my successes and to feel good about the positive changes um, definitely help. You here's a perfect example. I mentioned I'm not out at work,
Right.
with the exception of a couple of my coworkers know.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? They use my preferred name all the time, and I can't explain to you well, you know, but you can't put
Yeah.
into words
Yeah. How
how
meaningful it is.
happy that makes you and how
Yeah.
encouraging that is.
Yeah. So
Um,
is it like a is it a thing they like switch these things with when you're around other folks, or like do you go by
no,
nas
no, they, yeah, I go by,
naturally?
yeah, because, well, and see, that's the thing is, like I said, I work in a school, so I've always gone by
Right.
Nate,
Okay. Yeah.
and so it's just easy enough for some of them who are aware. They just call me Nat,
Yeah.
and that's not really an issue.
Does
It's
anybody
a
ask about that?
no, no one's really brought it up.
Interesting.
And it's actually really interesting. One of my coworkers uh, was talking with a
We just got
coworker
a
of
raid.
ours. Oh, yay!
Let
Hi,
me handle the
Yoko.
raid, and then I'm very interested in this part. Yokojin and friends, welcome in, and thank you so much. You got a dip, but you love Pokemon. I know you love Pokemon, Yokojin. You stream way longer than I do every day, and it's very clear to me that you love Pokemon. Yeah, so we have for folks who are coming on, we have the rest of the week basically have trans voices on trans and gender non-conforming gender expansive voices coming on to talk about their experience to hear from somebody aside from me. And today we have Nat on, who uses they them pronouns, and we are talking about gender and transness. Yokoshin, you've streamed 1,065 hours in the past 6 months. That is a lot of hours. That is a lot of hours. Um, you thought it was Jesse? It's not Jesse. No, no. We are definitely yeah. So anyway, like the for folks who are new, I'm Nora. My pronouns are she/her, and I'm in a cosplay for Hilda, the player avatar from Gen 5, Black and White. And we are shiny hunting for Mew. I am the host for Trans Awareness Week. If you've heard about the event from other people, Yokojin is participating as well. And we're doing a number of things. I'm doing cosplays. We have some incentives in here and stuff, if you would like to check those out. And yeah, welcome in PBFMV and Fish. I think maybe I missed somebody else. But yeah, the Surfing Pikachu also. And Gee, welcome in. Also, Lettuce Bender, welcome in. And thank you for the trans pride emotes. Yeah, so we've got incentives, and here's the donate link. I have another thing that I'd like to say before we get back to the interview portion. Yeah, for folks who haven't seen this kind of thing, we've got a number of rewards and things that you can check out in the donate link, and then each streamer who's streaming, and we have 25 of them, is doing some different incentives here, and every dollar is worth 2 because we have a matching donation that'll be made at the end to whatever number we're up to, and we are currently at $3,877, which is incredible. And if you'd like to follow or check out any of the other streamers, Trans Awareness Weekers is there. The first link shows you everyone who's live right now, who is a part of the event, and then the second one shows you everyone who's a part of the event in general, and you can follow them. Sitting down, chilling with Unite. How's my day? My day is going well. Yeah, we've got this interview that we'll get back to, and I am absolutely blown away by how much support this event has gotten from every aspect, both like from inside, and thank you for the follow, Lettuce Bender, from like inside the Pokemon community as like trans folks supporting my stream and like this event and stuff, and allies supporting the event and my stream in the run up to it, I mean, and the like outpouring of generosity from folks when it comes to donations, and just people like, again, like I say this a lot, but like lurking, following people, supporting social media posts, chatting to keep chat active, and all those things mean a lot and make a big difference in the event. It's donating is not required. It's definitely very much appreciated. But again, like helping out the event, you can do that in a number of ways, including just supporting the streamers in the regular ways that you do. So, um, four others are live right now. If anyone wants to open a tab for them and support, sounds good. BRB getting some order to dink. Quill, I hope you enjoy getting your order. And Cool Pikachu, thank you for the Sylveon heart emote that Chromatoid did. Um, what else was I gonna say? Thank you for the shiny look as well, folks. From San Dale, Embers. Oh, Embers was a while ago. Undead Prodigy and San Dale. Oh wait, I'm like not at the top here. Here we go. Back, nice. Okay, yeah. The other thing I was gonna do, since folks are in here, exclamation mark survey. There's a survey going on that ends at the end of Transit Awareness Week, the day after on the 21st, and it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence. It's on purpose. This is a national survey in the U.S. that applies to any trans or non-binary person who's 16 and over, and it was last done in 2015, and a lot has changed since 2015. The survey is used in public policy and research into the experience of trans folks and is referenced all over the place. It's super important. It does take some time and some emotional labor because they ask some questions that touch on some rough subjects for some folks. So it's definitely, they warn you when those questions are coming up and things. And it will take, it's taken, like some folks in chat have done it while they've been in the stream. And it took me about 60 minutes, and that seems to be like the rough consensus that, like, depending on how much applies to you in the survey, it can run somewhere between 30 and 90 minutes, but expect about an hour, and I promise you that hour is going to be worth it. And I, like, every single person who does it, I very much appreciate that. Because it's going to make a big difference to me and to folks who won't even know that the survey exists. So if you know anyone who the survey might apply to, or know anyone who might know anyone that the survey might apply to, please pass it on to them. It will make a big difference to trans folks. So yeah, Quill says it's worth it. It is definitely worth it. So please, please check that out. And like, I'm happy if folks do it while they're in the stream here, or just like if you close the browser and go do it, like please do that. I would rather have the support in that way because that's going to carry forward further than just watching my stream at the very moment. But I very much appreciate folks who are sticking around. So okay. I think we'll get back to the interview stuff with Nat. We have Nat on voice chat here, who identifies as gender fluid and is exploring transness and uses they them pronouns. So, yeah. You wanna remind us where we were? Nat.
That is a good question. I was just listening to you, and I may have forgotten.
Okay. We were talking about some of the doctor stuff. When it comes to advocating for yourself, and then we were getting back into what things you found helpful,
Oh yeah.
and like advice for other folks that's experience based.
Definitely. So yeah, we were talking about. I was saying to try to celebrate your wins or your
Right.
positivities
Mm-hmm.
when possible, in any way that looks like. Whether it's like, oh, I didn't think negatively about myself today, and now I'm going to
Yeah.
reward myself with something that I like, or I'm going to make a big deal about it
Mm-hmm.
because it's definitely sad to say that, as you're coming out or as you've transitioned socially with friend groups or family, they're not always supportive. You don't always have that person there to lift you up and to remind you of your kindness. And so learning early on to try to be positive and to try to celebrate your own positivity
Mm-hmm.
is huge. It makes such a big difference. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, and it's both like the like internal stuff when it comes to like remembering the moments that like are positive when it comes to like dysphoria things, or even just like successes regardless of like your trans I mean like successes maybe like in your transition in some way that may not be exactly dysphoria related, but like those things can help in the dark times, and like celebrating them to be able to remember them I think is important, like you're saying.
yeah, I would also say that it's definitely a cliche again, but it's true. It things get better,
Yeah.
um, and sometimes better than you could have ever conceived.
Yeah.
You don't know what your own future holds in
Mm-hmm.
many aspects, but if you, it's very much like anybody who's transitioning right now or who's been transitioning for a while. If they could look back and have that conversation with themselves 10 or 15 years ago, uh, and just, what would you sell yourself? If you have that in your mind, how you would try to help yourself or how you would try to lift yourself up, the positivity, the amount of happiness that you would experience from that moment until you're present. Like you can't know that in any given moment. You don't have that opportunity to have that conversation with yourself in the future. So just not trying not to doom and gloom yourself into thinking that you'll always just be surrounded by negativity.
Yeah.
And of course it's very easier said than done.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
um, and I went, it's very much I'm a former smoker. It's going in a completely different direction, but stick
Mm-hmm.
with me. I'm a former smoker,
Mm-hmm.
and guess what? Being around anybody who still smokes is very difficult for me,
Yeah.
and that applies to everything that you do in life. Uh, Sometimes it's hard to find your people. Sometimes it's really hard to find a place where you fit in and people who are accepting of you and who love you for who you are,
Yeah.
no matter what that looks like or who you look like.
Yeah.
But if you can just find one person, find a group of people, whether it's in real life, so to speak, or on Twitch or in a Discord community, somebody that fosters that positivity in your life can definitely be very helpful, uh,
Exactly.
especially in those dark times, like you mentioned.
Yeah, totally. I mean, in the like more benign aspect, like the smoking reference is a very good one. I think, like, I don't know if I call it more benign, but like more like also very analogous or like even exactly related. It's like in college there's like tons of folks. My experience was that I was like very academic focused, and I wasn't into the party scene and things, and like in some ways like ended up feeling inadequate in that way, because it's like some like a lot of the social opportunity existed around that, and it took a bit to find my tribe who like was more academic focused and liked doing other things like playing board games or watching movies, or like getting involved in extracurriculars that were like of interest to me, like as an engineer. It's like definitely in that social way finding your tribe, but it can be also be very important from like a like mental health and gender identity perspectives to do that too, which is what you're touching on as well. So
And I think it's so hard to believe it until you experience it. But
mm-hmm.
hands down, there is somebody out there for you, not necessarily in a relationship type way.
Yeah.
There's somebody out there in the world who platonically it is just that you guys were made to be friends,
Yeah.
you know? Um,
100%.
and it's hard to find. They're hard to find sometimes, and you can find them in the strangest of places and
Yeah.
ways.
Yeah,
Um,
totally.
but
It
you
can
can, and they can improve your life immensely, just like you can theirs.
100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Definitely like until you've like you gotta see it to believe it kind of thing. It's like that's the cliche statement, but it
It,
can be a thing that you don't have a lot of hope about until you've experienced it once kind of thing. So
yeah, and that's the hardest part because it's time is the most fickle enemy, so to speak, you're gonna have in transition, at least that I've experienced. You know, it's the thing that stops you from feeling like you've uh, been on HRT long enough to see the results you want, or you haven't found your group of people. You know, it's just like you just have to wait. Time will get you to where you need to be, and it's like, well, how long? And it's like, well, no one knows.
yeah,
It'll happen when it happens.
yeah, yeah.
And
And when you're in like the dark place, that's not very comforting if you
no,
don't
it's
have any
not.
confidence in it. It's just kind of like,
Mm,
okay, well, that's not helping me right now, you know?
exactly. It's very much empty words.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing that can be difficult is like some folks can be located in a place that just doesn't have the community, and like finding community like finding community online can be very powerful for them as well, but like that's not always a replacement for what you need in terms of like core needs and stuff. So definitely you can
Absolutely.
just be like located in a place that's just you're kind of stuck. But
Well, and that's very much, I mentioned, I'm an adult and I'm a bit older.
yeah,
But growing up, I didn't have a choice living where I did in Arizona.
totally.
Um, and it was fairly diverse in terms of the kinds of people and the different lifestyles that I had the ability to see and to try to understand. But, I grew up in a very conservative religious home.
Hmm.
So, that's another thing. I mean, kind of to touch on something we spoke about before with my mother,
Yeah.
when I it came out, so to speak, she's like, "Well, I never saw any of this. There was
Hmm.
no signs." They're like,
Yeah.
"Where did this come from? You didn't like painting your nails, or you didn't ask to wear dresses, you didn't play with Barbies." I'm just like, "Well,
Yeah.
do you think that if I had wanted to do those things, that
Yeah.
you would have let me?
Hmm.
Do you think you would have
Exactly.
fostered an environment where I could have asked to do these things?"
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
100%.
children are, like, I work in a school. Children are not as smart as they think they are. And I don't say that in a negative way. I just mean,
Uh-huh.
kids think they're going to get away with using their cell phone in class, or
Yeah.
they're going to be able to chew gum and no one's going to notice, or,
Hmm.
they're not as stealthy and as
Yeah.
sly as they want to think that they can be.
Yeah.
But they can definitely hide things that are going on and feelings. Uh, and not that I was outwardly expressing a desire to explore my gender as a young child, but um, even if I had wanted to, like, it wasn't something that was an option for me, or at least at the time, it wouldn't have felt like an option.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Definitely that like I didn't see any signs, or I should have seen this. Like some parents will feel kind of guilty when it comes to this stuff, but the opposite way is just like, where did this come from? Like you're talking about, like I didn't see any signs, and it's like, well, like you have to like provide an environment that welcomes self-expression. Otherwise, people are not gonna express themselves. Uh, waffles,
Absolutely.
yeah. Waffles and anybody else coming in, we are talking about. We have a guest on talking about their experience with trans and gender expansiveness. This is a thing that's going to be happening the rest of the week. And their name's Nat, and use they them pronouns. So yeah, that's what's going on. King of Kerp, welcome in. Is that the second time that you've raided today? That's quite an interesting thing. Yeah, King of Kerp, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. And anybody who's new, my name's Nora. My pronouns are she, her, and we are currently doing a voice chat call with Nat, who uses they, them pronouns, and we're talking about trans and gender expansive things, and Pokemon from time to time. So, yeah, and I guess like TKG Rainbow Dash, if you're still here, oh, you are. Avatar, if I don't know if you've already donated, but if you donate like $5 or more, you can change the avatar at the bottom of this, or I can change it for you, avatar at the bottom of the screen to any of those options. But otherwise, you can change your Ditto to shiny or not shiny. This is just a thing for this week, so I thought was a little bit fun. And a different way to recognize folks who have donated. Thank you for the shiny luckfish. Where were we at? We were talking about
Fostering an environment
yeah,
for
exactly.
gender
Exactly.
expression.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard some pretty magical things from folks when it comes to how their homes were growing up, and how accepting their parents were, and how much they wanted to know who their kid was and not need to influence and not like have a strong like desire or need or like personal investment in the outcome of it, aside from like directing them in like a generally good direction in life, rather trying to control aspects of them that are just part of who they are. And yeah, definitely have heard some things that I consider magical in comparison to my experience. That's for sure. One, two, three,
Absolutely.
four.
Oh my
Owen.
goodness.
Owen got 999 yesterday and 1, 2, 3, 4 today. I feel like that should be a special one. That should have had a
uh,
message associated with it. Congrats, Owen. And King of Kerp, you got Shiny Totodile. Oh, nice. And 297 encounters after going 4K encounters for the same Pokemon every time as an impossible shiny. Nice. Oh, because you were resetting the save. Or you were reopening the save, so you're seeing the same exact Pokemon every time, is that right? Rather than actually resetting the emulator. I'm glad that somebody caught you on that if that's what happened.
Interesting.
Yeah, save states can be an issue. It's definitely a faster way to reset, but also definitely not going
I've
to
heard,
get shiny that way.
I've heard that that the virtual console on the 3DS, when you do the resets through the bottom screen
Hmm.
to use the emulator reset, as opposing to use the button combo, you don't get a true, I say true randomness, but
Oh.
more varied because it's a save state from when the game opens
Oh, fascinating. Okay.
initially. I think that's right.
Yeah.
um, but but yeah, I mean, obviously you can still get shinies, but using that function. But yeah,
Yeah. Good to know. Good to know. I have not used the virtual console in there, but I definitely intend to at some point for a shiny Celebi hunt. But that'll probably be a while.
well, considering you have to go through the entirety of the game, yeah, it takes
Exactly. Yeah.
a quick minute. We'll see,
Yeah,
and
for
and
sure.
I'm one of those people, like I have lots of I have all of Gen 4, 5, and 6 and 7 to do that I missed out on.
Yeah.
And
It's a lot. As an
well, it's
adult with
it
responsibilities.
well, not just that, but I can't let myself play through any of those until I get the shiny starter, and then I'm gonna want to like have a shiny for this and a shiny for that. And
Right.
I can't I can't bring myself to start a game and be like, oh, I'll just pick one and hunt it later.
Totally. TKG Rainbow Dash says that they got a full odd pseudo widow in crystal from that reset method and it wasn't that bad. Interesting. I'll have to look into that and understand more about that. Glad that you
Yeah.
got a shiny. Good to know that that works.
I actually have a copy of Virtual Console Crystal saved in Sudowoodo. So saved in front of Sudowoodo, I should say.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Mr. Webb, thank you for the dollar donation to the Marsha P. Johnson Institute. If you are in here, feel free to chime in. Thank you so much. Um, and TKG Rainbow Dash says, nice, Nat.
Well,
So,
thank you. I have way too many hunts that are
yeah.
either started or I have set up to start, and I'm losing my mind.
Yeah. Definitely the curse of the shiny hunter. That's for sure. Oh, and you have 30 plus hunts planned in Soul Silver. That sounds like it's going to take a while. I've seen a couple of your Dream Team quests that look cool. Did we already get this one? No, the Mew is still there. I'm wondering when we're going to get the shiny Mew. We'll see.
I'm excited for you to get that shiny Mew.
Yeah,
It's
I'm excited to get it.
it's a really nice color palette.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Mew sprite in this Emerald game. But so far, we're only seeing pink ones.
Well,
Quill,
here's
don't even
hoping
get you
it's
started on your to
today.
hunt list. Yeah. What's that? Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm bad about talking over people.
No,
I
it's
said
no problem.
here's hoping it's today or tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm definitely going to be doing, I'm going to be switching over to Togepi, I think, regardless of whether we get Mew or not at some point. So we'll see. I'm not sure what day that's going to be, but we'll definitely be hunting this tomorrow. When you're going for shiny living decks, you guess you have a lot of hunts planned. Yeah, totally. Yeah. And oh, and the fact that you have enough hunts in Soul Silver alone to make a purely Soul Silver bingo card is just, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's got like 493 Pokemon in it, so it's hard not to, and it's got such good sprites and just like a lot of fun in
I do
general.
really like Soul Silver and Heart Gold.
Yeah. Have you played through the full game, or you
I
just
haven't played through the full
okay?
game. All of I have, well, like I said, I have the four times hunting for Bill's
Oh yeah,
Eevee,
yeah, for the Eevee.
but I have it set up to do the roamer hunts.
Oh, nice. That's really cool. That you saw me as uh
Yeah, I
Dracula
did.
today. Yeah.
I joined chat uh, after she had initially found it and stayed for the capture.
Oh, nice, nice. And you were a part of the trolling TikTok video that she's gonna put out, or
I
no?
didn't I didn't troll, no, but it
Oh,
was pretty fun.
yeah, it was pretty funny. I liked that.
Um, speaking, I completely glossed over it. We talked about uh, favorite hunts.
Yeah.
Um, my favorite hunts that I've done is in it was my copy of Shield. I hunted the Pokemon in the Motosoak gym that
Oh
are part of the
wow.
gym challenge.
Yeah.
The Vulpix,
Uh huh.
Litwick, and Sizzlebead, and I hunted all three of them.
Sandusquash, or was it Sizzlipede? Is
Yeah,
Sizzlipede the
Sizzlebead.
evolution? Okay. Okay.
No, Sizzlebead's the first stage.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Um, yeah, I hunted all three in the gym, and I think I was in that gym for. I think it took me like 3 months to get it. It was so long,
Yeah. I can imagine.
but it was worth it.
Yeah, it's a
And
really cool hunt.
I've got all of them still. And I think they're all at like level 100 now, so kind of kind of just hunting well, not fodder, but just I need a Pokemon that can take all the hits. So
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
that's those are probably my favorite because it's like a not really a quest, but just I did it all once. Now I never have to hunt those Pokemon again
Yeah.
in that gym.
Yeah. Definitely knowing that they're not like finding out that they weren't shiny locked is just fascinating. Not just now, but like when I found out, I was kind of like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. So,
Well, and I was a really big fan of the forced star sparkles of those three. They have the stars instead of the squares.
oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I prefer the stars for sure.
I
But
think
yeah.
those count as like static resettable Pokemon, so to speak. So
Uh-huh.
they have those stars just like the Reggies do in the Crown Tundra.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. And TKG, you also think it's a cool hunt location. That's nice. Um, and Owen, you like the square sparkles personally. Lettuce Bender, a close friend, very recently came out as trans to his family. They thankfully fully respected his decision and welcomed him. That is very nice. It's not everyone's experience, but it is very nice when it happens, especially with like folks that like I think everybody like naturally wants to have a family that is supportive and that they connect with. It doesn't always happen, but it is very heartwarming when it does, especially associated with coming out in any respect as a part of your identity. So,
Absolutely. It is really nice to hear. Like it's one of those things where I could read stories of people's coming out to friends or family or whomever, and it's just having that outpouring of love or that just support, that acceptance. Because that's ultimately all that I like. For example, for me, like all I want is acceptance.
yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
you just want to be seen for who you are and not and that to be respected, essentially.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. You know, I tell my oldest daughter. Obviously, my youngest one is too little to to understand, but
Yeah.
I tell my oldest daughter just like, you know, there is so much in the world that is negative. It's a good place, but you know, if you do anything with your life that you can be proud of, it's adding more love to the world than negativity.
Mhm. That's a really nice thing to try and like get across to somebody young like that. So I really appreciate
And
that.
I know that I'm biased because she's my daughter, but you
Yeah.
know, she doesn't. She's got classmates and she's got cousins who I see be mean to their siblings or to their friends when they're upset with them, and it just doesn't. I truly think it doesn't cross her mind to be negative to somebody.
Mhm.
You know, with interactions with her cousins who were very much like siblings to her or her friends, like she doesn't treat them poorly. She doesn't get upset with them and then act negatively towards them, and that's just awesome to see. And I hope that that has something to do with me doing my best to raise her to be a loving person.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like I would say it does. I think that like I've talked about this a number of times, but it's kind of like I think that people who try to like take things away from others, but like try and break them down kind of thing, there's something that they're missing that they didn't get from their environment or aren't getting from their environment currently that's made them like bitter in some way. And um when you don't have an environment where you feel like you can express yourself or be yourself or get the things that you need emotionally, that can put you in a place where you're not compassionate. And so I guess my point is that it sounds like uh, your daughter feels that, and that has resulted in like what you're talking about, where those things don't really cross your mind. Like being mean to your like being mean back to your siblings, or being mean to your siblings and stuff. Like, uh, it's not always a natural thing. It can come from like not getting what you need in your family system. So
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, you grow up, you're like, well, that's what siblings do. They fight and they have disagreements, and it's just like I agree with that, but I watch my nieces and my nephew, like sometimes they're just mean to each other for the for the I don't want to call it joy, but just for the the
satisfaction or something,
yeah, the
like some level of
satisfaction of
satisfaction.
upsetting
Yeah.
their sibling. And
Yeah.
I don't I get it, they're children, but it's also
Yeah.
just one of those things where like that it starts like that, and then those people grow up and turn into someone who's just hateful, who isn't understanding, who
Yeah.
doesn't have empathy.
Yeah. Yeah, and everybody really deserves that kind of like environment, and definitely like it's again kind of like finding that can be difficult, especially when those I think that like you can end up ostracizing like in a self-destructive way, end up like kind of ostracizing yourself from folks who had that and would be willing to give it to you and like show that to you, because you've learned like that toxic way of interacting with people because you didn't get what you deserved when you were younger, kind of thing.
Exactly, and to kind of bring that back to transness or gender identities, other than just the binary of being cisgendered. Um, the people who we're seeing, at least in our country, in the U.S., who are being very negative and being very transphobic and are being very hateful towards trans people in gender, or in general, rather. Um, I think those people are who we're talking about right now. It's very endemic of 40, 50 years ago, when these people who were trying to I don't want to be so grim as to say eradicate, but people who are fighting to get rid of or just make it impossible to transition or to get the care we need. Those are the people who weren't taught to care for each other as children, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just that. There's obviously a lot of other reasons that people are transphobic or people are not understanding. It's not just, oh, they had a crappy childhood, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think that I think that if we look back at some of the people who were born in the 50s and the 60s and then the 70s, a lot of the people that we're seeing uh, today who are arguing against and trying to get legislation passed that is so anti-trans. Um, I think that you could very easily see how those people didn't have that empathy taught to them as a child. At least I would assume. Maybe I'm, you know, talking in the wrong direction, but
No, I don't know. I don't know if you're actually looking at stream, but the reason my expression is that way is I think that I can't run from this Mew, which puts us in this really awkward place of like resetting the game, I think.
no, it's okay. What happened?
I think, well, it's a Japanese game, so I think it's saying that I can't escape, and I guess maybe it mean looked me or something. Maybe if I switch Pokemon, that'll help. Let me see if I can
Interesting.
do that.
No, it's all good.
Did anybody see what happened?
As Charlotte saying metronome mean look.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I want to switch in. It's probably saying I can't switch. Strange. Okay, so
Weird.
I either have to catch it or kill it, which means that we end up in a place where I have to reset everything. So we're just gonna reset.
Wow, that's
Which means
unfortunate.
that we're starting from the same seed that we did at the beginning, but apparently going about 20 times over the same seeds would mean that you are seeing the same Pokemon, so I'm not too worried about it. We're just gonna stick here. So I'm after stream I'll go talk
Have
to
to
the
look into
painting.
that.
I'll go talk to the
Yeah,
painting and then we'll stop having issues.
that's interesting that happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of fascinating, but I guess it's random. I back in the VOD. If I go back in the VOD, I'll just do the translate for whatever that move was and see what it was. But I would guess it's mean look.
Yeah,
Um, TKG, you chimed in at some point talking about doesn't even have to be the family you're born with, and yeah, like I guess that goes both directions. Like you can like feel that positivity from a different family, quote unquote, which can be like a family of friends or a friend's family in some cases, or a relative, like relative's family. Like sometimes, like an aunt and uncle can be basically like act as parents to you in some ways. And Sir Spooky, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
yeah. You get a family in this life, um, that that you're born into, but they don't have to be the ones that you stick with,
Yeah.
if that makes sense. I know it's not so easy just to turn your back on anybody in the world. Um, but like I said earlier, I mean, there are people out there for you. This world is huge.
Yeah.
Um, and even in the times where you feel like you're alone and there's nobody there, like that may be the case, but somebody out there will care about you and does care about you.
Totally. 100%.
And it unfortunately it's one of those things where it takes the time to find them.
Agreed. Exactly. Yeah, and it can feel very like you can go a long period of time feeling like you're trying to find them and it's just not happening and feeling kind of bitter and discouraged about that. Especially if folks are repeating that to you, kind of thing. It's like, I'm trying, and it's just not happening, kind of thing. But it definitely is it is the cliche. It does get better, kind of thing. But it means like it does get better, but it may be a matter of luck, and it also may be a matter of putting in way more effort than you deserve to. Like, you shouldn't have to put in that much effort, but it may be what's required in order to get what you need, which is really unfortunate, but sometimes the case.
It definitely is. So, well, I don't know if there were any other questions that stuck out as maybe not being covered or answered.
We can take a look, but I don't think so. I mean, we've covered a lot. This has been really great. Yeah, let me see if there's like any last ones or something, but
Or maybe anything else that's
yeah,
I know you're not having people on to just learn about them, so to
yeah.
speak, but if
Well,
there's
I
anything that
mean,
came up that you were
totally.
curious about or
No, I mean that's definitely. I mean that is. I mean that's like what I'm interested. Like I'm very personally interested in this talking to folks because I like learning about experiences and being able to apply them to myself or like understand them to help other people and just to like get people's stories out there because I think that there are a lot of people who are quiet and haven't heard these kind of things before either. Like they may be struggling with them or they're quiet in a way that's different, like that they're cis and like don't get to hear these things in the day to day. and want to learn more about them. So yeah, it's definitely not just, there's nothing specific that I'm looking for, but also like it's all of it. So yeah. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I do think that we've covered pretty much everything here. So, um,
Yeah.
is there anything like, I guess one of the questions that I have is what do you wish more people knew about the trans experience? Like that's more of a question of like a bit baiting the question, the baiting the response of like, what would you tell cis folks, if you could, that kind of thing. I don't know if you have anything to say on that subject.
Um,
Or even like more general than that, any like kind of final words you have for folks, as well.
um, uh,
It's kind of a big question.
yeah, it's okay. There's so much. That's the thing,
Yeah.
you know. And obviously, I would like to keep it positive because that's hopefully
Yeah.
I've come across as there's obviously been some negativity that I've
No,
brought
it's
up,
all good. I think we've kept it in
but
good places.
hopefully it's come across that I've wanted to be positive this
No,
whole
yeah,
time.
100%. This has been great. I think that we've touched on like some of the more serious and like negative stuff in a way that like does get across some of the struggles and things, without like keeping like, it's definitely been, good both directions, when it comes to negativity, like touching on some of the difficulties and like getting to some of the positive stuff. There is an ad for another 40 seconds, so if you want to think a little bit, you can.
Absolutely. I was wondering if there was one creeping up.
Yeah. Where did we start today with encounters? I think we were at 10:20, so we've done a bunch of encounters today, which has been good.
Yeah, I want to say you were at like 10 in the 1030s, maybe
Yeah.
1028. No, eight's
Yeah.
not a 28's not a multiple. Well, no, it is,
It
isn't it?
is. It is. It could have been 28. Yeah, somewhere
At
around there for
1028,
sure.
1032.
Oh, Charlotte, you think that Mew used bind since I took some damage and then lost more health at the end of the turn? That's a good point. So I probably
Yeah,
could have growled the
interesting.
Mew or protected until bind was over. Good thing to note.
Which moves are which on your
The
Swampert
first,
there?
I made sure that the first move was one that, didn't do any damage on purpose,
Okay,
because that was causing me trouble in some test encounters with keeping them in sync and stuff. Oh, Undead Prodigy, you just kind of disappeared. You wound up getting your Scarlet Violet OLED, and we did talk about that earlier, and OLEDs are very nice, and I don't blame you for disappearing a bit because of that, for sure.
definitely worth it.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, everybody's back from the ad. If you have any like
Okay.
closing thoughts or anything.
Yeah, kind of to try to answer that question.
Yeah.
Uh, I I I wish people knew that that there's no ulterior motive. That we don't, as gender nonconforming people, as gender expanding, gender fluid, whatever it may be, non-binary, trans, like we're just people. Um, uh, we don't experience things any differently. We don't have any desire to make anybody else's life worse by being ourselves.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's a really good
Support
point.
and acceptance is, I think, miles and miles above and like just what people want.
Totally. Totally. Exactly. 100%. 100%. Definitely like, if you haven't spent some time talking to people who are trans and have been listening to the media and things, it's very easy to feel like trans folks are trying to make things worse for other people because that's the narrative that's being sown. But that's definitely, like you say, not the case at all.
Yeah, and I'm kind of stammering because I'm trying to keep it positive and not, negative about the people who are trying to, I don't want to say keep us down, but who are trying to tell us how to live our lives. Um, because it's so hard to not meet their negativity with your own, and it feels like
Totally.
there's nothing you can do. Just not, no amount of rational and measured response that's going to change anything.
Yeah. I think like mostly that kind of thing is about getting to people IRL and getting them out of the like narrative that the algorithms on the internet put them into these negativity bubbles, and then also just like getting in front of them IRL and them like realizing like, hey, this is just a person, not some kind of like abstract demon that is out to get me in some ways, or out to like do anything to affect my life negatively, kind of thing. So yeah.
Exactly, and it's interesting. You can imagine someone talking about someone who is uh, gay or not heterosexual or who is trans or who is non-binary, and just kind of maybe talking negatively about them. But when they have someone that they know personally, I mean, it's not necessarily going to change their opinions on it, but maybe they're not going to be so uh, ready to spew. you know. But then you have people who just don't really care, which uh, I'm kind of trying to wrap things up here, but brings me back to my mom, who has a family who uh, is makes it a big joke about anybody who's trans or anybody who is gay or any of that, because they think it's funny or they think it's a bad thing, or so
Yeah.
I almost have to wonder if she's worried about her family's reaction to me not being cisgendered,
Yeah.
which,
Yeah.
to be honest, shouldn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, that's family. What are you going to do?
Totally. Totally.
But it brings up a good point that it's just like, what do you say to those people? Especially the people who are in maybe your close orbit that aren't going to be accepting, who aren't going to be understanding, who aren't going to be empathetic towards you. And um, what I would say to them is like, look, this is my life. If you want to have the benefit of being in it, I I I I don't ask for, I demand your respect.
Yeah.
You don't
The
have
basic
to.
respect. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Your respect, just like I respect you, and I'm not gonna treat you poorly. So don't do that to me. I'm not any different. I'm the same person I
Yeah.
was 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
100%. Yeah. Or like the way that I like to think about it is like that there's continuity. Some people experience a very sudden change, even though it's very gradual for a person who's like coming out to them. Uh, so it can feel like there's a discontinuity, but there really is a continuity there that I think some people struggle to see because maybe
absolutely.
maybe it doesn't look like that. Maybe they don't see the continuity.
Well, it's such a stark change in their mind or in what they perceive.
So
So
cool. This has been amazing. Thank you so much for coming on and offering to share your experience. I recognize that there are that like it can take a lot for some folks. You have seemed very willing to share your experience, but I recognize that it can take a lot from folks to be able to share their experience in the first place. And that also it helps people who struggle with that to have their voice heard, or have like hear some things that may be validating to them, or like a shared experience and stuff. So yeah, thank you so much. This has been great, and I really appreciate your time and like all of the things that you shared. It's very heartwarming in that way, even though some of the stuff is very heavy. I think it's very important for people to hear that, and I really appreciate you sharing it. So
Well, I appreciate the opportunity
yeah.
to share that, and your willingness to allow me to come and have this conversation with you. It's been really it's been helpful for me. I mean, uh, as we've talked about, I'm kind of trying to figure out who I am. I think a lot of people constantly trying to figure out who they are, but I definitely am making steps every day to f- to figure it out, and this has been another space where I get a chance to do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, yeah. It's been really great when it comes to like folks who have hung out and chat and come from time to time or come very consistently and stuff. To like meet people and now get to talk to some of them and hear their experience over voice and not just in chat. I appreciate both. So yeah,
Well, it's been nice to have a space that, and not that the entirety of a personality needs to be their gender identity, but it's very much a subject that doesn't really come up in a lot of aspects of my life. I
yeah,
don't get a chance or a place to talk about it. My wife, like I mentioned many times, is fantastic. She's my number one supporter, and I definitely wouldn't be where I am today without her. But having other people to talk to in a place where they are experiencing the same kind of things, or they have experienced the same kind of things, uh, it's really helpful. And that
awesome.
comes down to you even deciding to start streaming and
Yeah,
fostering a very positive community.
yeah. I've been like pretty overwhelmed by how much this has turned into what I wanted it to be. Like and that's both like it's kind of changed course like as I've seen what it's become. It's like, yeah, that's what I want it to be, or like that kind of thing, like realizing both like at the beginning being like this is what I want, and then like it actually starting to be that way and stuff. So yeah, it's been awesome, and everybody who's been a part of it is important. It's been like every single person who's stopped by and like consistently been here in a supportive way that has resulted in this. Like both like some of the community that you're talking about, but also just like straight up this event. Like this would not have happened without y'all for sure. So thanks.
You're very welcome, and I will leave it with this, I suppose. Um, I had a great time talking with you
Awesome.
today, and I look forward to next year's Trans Awareness Week.
Yeah, I'm really excited with how well this has gone, and I'm excited to like do some more interesting things next year with the momentum and the success that we've had here and what it's attracted that has resulted in like, hey, there's just not enough time to like work these things out. So yeah, thanks. I really
Well, I'll
appreciate that.
I'll certainly do my part to be a part of it the rest of
Awesome.
this week and next year, if we get the chance to do it again.
Awesome. And yeah, thanks so much for your donation, your time, your wife's time, uh, and I guess a joint donation between y'all. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
always.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nora.
have a good rest of your night. And thanks again.
No problem. Bye bye.
Catching up in chat here. I hope folks enjoyed this interview stuff today. I definitely had a good time, and this is like pretty much what I wanted out of these interviews so far. And for folks who are coming on, this is pretty much like what it's going to be like for the most part. And yeah, I hope folks are satisfied with it, because I am quite satisfied with how these things have gone. So yeah. Thanks again, Nat, for the interview, and that's echoed by Charlotte here. Undead Prodigy, your younger cousin Jesse came out as gay, and he's dealing with some negativity surrounding the family. You've been trying to support. That's great. I'm glad that you've been able to help, because it can be very difficult when it comes to family things. So that support, like, make sure you're taking care of yourself too, in that, because you can only give as much as you can, but having that support is incredible for folks who are in that situation. So I'm really glad that you're able to do that. For, I assume, him, but oh yeah, him. So also, oh my god, it's Nora. It is Nora. Hello, Moira. Oh my god, it's Moira. Um, and Undead Prodigy, you're surprised the deck is gloss compared to the Splatoon 3 one, which is matte. Both of them are awesome though. I'll have to take a look at that. I haven't touched either of them, but that's very interesting as well. Cool Pikachu, love the interviews. Awesome. And TKG Rainbow Dash, thanks for sharing. Yeah. You try, he's a good kid. That's great. And Nat, thanks so much, everyone. It was very lovely getting to speak with Nora. Much love always. Thanks, y'all. Thanks. And Lightspender, you're very scared and unmotivated to come out to your family as bi. They're very homophobic and transphobic, and you don't want to risk being disowned. Yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation to be in. And it can typically go a number of ways, but the two ways that it can go that are familiar to me are that you can get the negative response, where they don't accept you for who you are, and they take it personally, and that meaning that there's some negativity surrounding that. The other way that it can go from a negative perspective is that all of a sudden they have to confront the fact that they're homophobic and transphobic, and they suddenly have someone in their life that they seemed to care about before, and if they continue to care about them, they need to reevaluate some of their views. I've heard positive stories come out of that second situation, but it is not always the case. So I very much understand that it's scary, and I feel for you. So it's definitely a case of found family in some of those cases. And yeah, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. It's quite a rough experience, and I'm sure that there's other folks in chat who can relate. Um, so tomorrow, we have an interesting. It's going to be a little different tomorrow. We have 2 interviews tomorrow, actually, and I'm going to be starting stream earlier and doing one of 2 things. Either doing 2 streams or doing a long stream because of that. But we will be starting earlier, and the idea is to start around noon Pacific Standard Time, which is typically a little bit earlier than I would normally stream. So it'll be between noon and 1. But we will be having a guest on who identifies as trans, and they work in Texas as a teacher. So I am very interested in their experience there. So time zone was that again? It's Pacific Standard Time. Yeah. Yeah, somewhere between 12 and 1. Let me double check that, what I ended up saying. Yeah. Yeah, somewhere between 12 and 1. So if you watch for the notifications, it's going to be right around then because like I'm coordinating with another person, so I kind of have to start stream when I say I'm starting stream. You're in the same time zone. You live in Nevada now. Nice. Okay. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do a few more encounters, but right now I'm just gonna check in on who's streaming and just see what's going on. I appreciate everybody who's been here today, everybody who's like done all the things that I keep continuously harping on as ways to support the event, like lurking, following, supporting social media posts, chatting to keep chat active and interesting, and donating. All of these things are amazing. And I very much appreciate every single one of them. Um, Let me just check a couple of different people and how long they've been streaming, but there are some good options here. Sometimes I wish I could ask how long people are going to continue streaming. We have 4 other people who are currently streaming for the event, and we're going to pick one of them to raid. Nate has been going for a period of time, but appears to be, yeah, he's just an hour in. I kind of am interested to spend some time in Kara's and Apple's streams, but I'm not sure how long they're going to be going. Let's rate Apple instead of Nate today because we rated Nate the other day. I'm gonna rate Apple because they haven't been streaming in a while, and this is the first time that they've been streaming in a bit. So let's do that. Thanks everybody for being here, by the way. And yeah, again, everything that you've done to support, including like literally just being here. So slash raid Apple a day. Please, if you have Ditto emotes, spam those and spend some time in Apple streams, in their stream, and support in any way that you can. Again, their streaming is part of the Trans Awareness Week stuff, so yeah, just show whatever love and support that you can. Oh, those are cute dittos. Thanks, Colleen. Thanks, Charlotte. Thanks, TKG. Thanks, Coffee, Undead Prodigy, Lettuce Bender, Nat again, Cool Pikachu, everybody else who I'm missing. Moira, if Moira's still here. Quill, if Quill's still here. Owen, everybody. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'll see you all tomorrow. We're gonna have 2 different guests on. I'm super excited with how these interviews have gone to like do more of them, and we'll be doing Mew again tomorrow. So, thank you. See you.